Hi, everyone. Thanks. Ooh. Okay, no, that's okay. I'm glad we didn't collide. So I'm a pacer. If it's distracting, wave at me and tell me to stop clomping across the stage. My name's Lina Dabit. I retired from the RCMP in May of this year. So what you're seeing is like Lina's retirement iteration. Retirement's awesome, just by the way, for those of you who are looking at that journey. But before I joined Optiv, I had a number of roles in the RCMP over the past 30 years. So that includes everything from uniformed policing out in BC, running a police boat, undercover operations, organized crime, intelligence, national security, protective operations. My last few years were running the cybercrime team out of Toronto. So I will just shout out to my old team. We did the NetWalker investigation a few years ago from Gatineau. That was my team. At the time, it was the largest, up until recently, the largest crypto seizure in Canadian law enforcement at 37 million at the time. And we literally just did a big investigation that took down in February, right before I retired. And it was a cyber-enabled fraud involving spoofing, 16 financial institutions, thousands of victims across Canada. So they did an amazing job, and that resulted in convictions recently with some pretty precedent-setting sentences. So why do I want to talk to you about FIFA? I think of all the things we are considering, and we're looking at major events, and we're looking at the future, we're looking at the next 12 months, FIFA to me is more than just, I want to make sure everyone has a good time at the games. This is a significant risk for a number of reasons, and we're going to talk about them. We're going to talk about what that challenge looks like, but there are some sectors, so I do speak a lot in my current role at Optiv in executive advisory. I do speak to a lot of sectors about their preparedness for FIFA, and the people that are sort of one or two levels removed from, we're not at the stadium, we're not doing people security, we're not a vendor selling merchandise. What do I have to care about FIFA? The problem is we have a lot to worry about FIFA, and we're going to talk about that. But before I do that, I want a show of hands. How many people in here have been involved in a large-scale event like FIFA, like the Olympics, like G7? Can I just see a show of hands? Okay, so a few of you in here, thank you for sharing that. That's great because it gives you some insights. Before we talk about it, can anyone of you who did take part, what was the single biggest failure that you saw? Just one word. Anyone? Yell it up. Pardon? Communications. Anyone else? Coordination. 100%. And these are common. And I mean, again, over the past 30 years, in my roles, especially when I was running something like the air marshals, where you're seeing, large-scale operations and protective operations, those things are still an issue. We have not managed to solve them. But we're going to talk about some strategies on how we can work together to make that happen. This is why I want to talk to you about FIFA. When you look at the sheer scale, and for those of you who have been involved in an event, it is an event in a city, usually at one venue, and you understand the challenges we had with communication and with logistics. Now add to that all this. So this will be the largest FIFA in history because this is the first year that there are 48 national teams. So they upped from 32. 32 would have been a lot to manage. Make it 48. So now you have 48 national teams, plus their delegations, plus their fans, plus multiple venues. This is also the first FIFA where the events are taking place across 3 countries. That is unheard of, and now you can imagine the challenges because what might work in the US or Mexico from a privacy and data information protection isn't going to be what it is in Canada. And now you have the logistics. How do people cross borders? How do you share information about fans, delegations? As well, when you look at the critical infrastructure in this geopolitical climate, it is significant. We have some real challenges. We live in a world, and I've always been a glass half full. Unfortunately, right now, my glass is probably half full with wine because I need it to think when I think about just how crazy this world has become. And so we do live in a darker world. Like I look at my kids who are in their 20s and I think, what kind of environment are they growing up under? I grew up in the 80s where you had the big threat of nuclear war. And remember that? Okay, I'm totally dating myself here, but that show, the day after or whatever, and it was on, and that was a really big thing for us. But this environment, this current geopolitical environment, the meanness that's out there is unprecedented. I mean, really, how many of us call in to CRA or to our insurance companies or anybody, and on the voice recording it says, we will not tolerate abuse, we will not tolerate abusive language, misogynist, racist, whatever. Since when did we have to start putting things to tell people to be decent to each other? So this is not that same world. So when you look at this attack surface, there are so many sectors, there is so much critical infrastructure that is going to be impacted by what happens. The problem here is all the things we traditionally plan for and prepare against, it's also expanded exponentially. So how have cyber threats impacted sport? So let's be clear. Sport has been attractive to those who want to have a message, you want to, have whether it's politics, hacktivism, whatever. Sports has been a target for many years. So you look at the 20s and 30s, you had the exploitation of sport. Sport is a propaganda machine. You had, the 40s and 50s after the World War II. You saw things like sabotage and misinformation from a propaganda perspective. You also had, and then as we evolved, you had the 60s, 70s, 80s, where terrorism started to take a sort of a bigger picture, because all of a sudden you could do something at a games and it would be broadcast around the world. So how better to amplify your message than by attacking sport, which is a soft target in and of itself. And as you recall in Atlanta, when you had the bombing in 1996, you started to see a greater interest into how we held these events, what sort of things did we have to look at. Come 2008, and with the advent of how cyber and how the sort of digital space fits in, what did we start seeing? We started to see cyber take on a bigger and bigger role. You started to see how it could actually dovetail really nicely, and I mean that facetiously, very nicely into what threat actors want to do, because it gave them an opportunity, a platform, a means, a highway in how to do it. And with each games, whether it's the Olympics or whether it's FIFA, each event, the threat has grown exponentially. When you look at something like Paris really upped the threat actor game. The amount of narratives, the misinformation, the disinformation, the threats, the deep fakes, it all tied in. And then it tied into the physical when you saw that the metros, some of the trains ended up being sabotaged. So it all fit together. But I would say Paris, for me, in my mind, was probably the first time that you really saw it as a cyber threat warfare. So we're going to talk about the security layers and the defense lines. There are so many things that go into an event that have to be considered, and we're going to sort of delve into them a little bit. We're going to touch on them because they are all layers. They're all part of that same cake. At the end, you're going to end up with this very multi-layered piece. But what I want you to remember all the way through is any one of those layers that has an impact or goes down is critical. But what happens when you put them all together? So I want you to think about it from that perspective. Now, when we look at these layers, this is what defenders have to think about. And it's beyond the obvious. Like, when I first started out and we would do a large event, it was all about, perimeter safety, even to now. Your job at G7, or G8 is to guard a door. This is what you're doing, you're guarding a door. You're making sure athletes are safe, that everyone is able to move in a safe manner. So we're going to look at what happens when we look at each side, each pillar of security separately. So physical security priorities. This is what everyone really thinks about when they think about something like FIFA. You're looking at things like access and perimeter control. So how are you controlling who's getting in, who's getting out? And if you think about it at its base level, are people getting in without tickets? How do you keep venues safe? How are you looking at it in a way that you're able to manage crowds so you don't have rushes of people coming in, which happens at some events globally, where suddenly you have a massive crowd surge and people get trampled to death. So those are always considerations, and those have been considerations for sport for decades. While it has nothing to do with cyber, I just want you to keep in the back of your mind as we go through these layers, what does that look like when you throw a cyber threat in there, when you look at the physical piece? So you see in there protection of high-value targets. So how many times do you open the paper, okay, so again, I'm dating myself here. How many times do you turn on your phone and look at the news and you see a major event like the World Series and you see all the VIPs that are there? Whether they're actors, influencers, politicians, everybody wants to be there because that's the place to go. For anybody who has ever worked in that space or in this realm, VIP protection in and of itself is a whole other animal. There are so many considerations you have to think about. Are they traveling with their own security? What is their security allowed to do, not allowed to do? How does it fit into general security? So that just adds a whole nother layer of complexity to protection. So I'm gonna go back to the transportation mobility. This is a huge one. So you look at in Canada, we have 2 sites. We have Vancouver and we have Toronto. Both of them are major cities. So you look at the level of transportation that, the transportation logistics alone to get people to venues. So you have every venue from, buses, cars, Ubers, taxis, pedestrians. In BC, you have ferries, and people are like, what do ferries have to do? It's in Vancouver, no one's going to Victoria. But if people are traveling, and they will, the estimate is about 6 million people coming to North America for the games. That is a lot of people. So people, if you're traveling and you're coming from overseas or even from the US or Mexico and you're in Vancouver, you may very well end up in Victoria. And we anticipate that there will be a greater demand on the ferries. So again, adding that to the mix, are people in ferries prepared for the logistics of protection? So now this is the one where this is all your purview in your area, but I want you to look at any one of these pieces that goes down, anyone, like not just digital, any one of those pieces that go down will have an impact. So you look at things like digital ticketing and accreditation. If that goes down, are the staff or the volunteers prepared to do this manually? What happens if you have to go manually? Do we have an over-reliance that the tech will work? I mean, look at us, what just happened now, trying to get a cable and a system to get my laptop up. And just so you know, tech hates me. Public sector teams really hated me. I will say in private sector, it likes me a little bit better. But inevitably, there will be an issue with the tech. That is a guarantee. Just like with comms, with radios, people not being able to talk to each other, that is gonna happen. So how are we preparing for it? So when you look at things like, and again, we talked about, you have your core sort of entities that are going to be impacted by any event at FIFA. So that will be your telecoms, that will be your venue, your transportation. That's going to be a core piece. But you also have that ripple effect. So what happens when somebody takes down the payment system? So now you have fans who can't buy merchandise, you have fans that can't get in, fans that can't get food. So how are the banks preparing? How are your payment systems preparing for a threat like this? And power and critical infrastructure, to be honest, power is probably the one thing, not just in FIFA, that scares me more than anything. The fragility of our power systems is front and center in mind. And any impact there is going to have a significant impact. And you remember, okay, so people who really like soccer, otherwise known as football, are very passionate fans. So what happens if your telecoms goes down? And now the game, as they're watching, and it's like literally the last few minutes, and someone takes it out. So what happens there? You're going to have mass panic. People are going to be very upset. So the onus is on telecoms to keep things going. So if I was a threat actor, I would target it right after the game started. Because if you think about that whole goal of having someone to pay a ransom, you're going to pay a ransom to make sure that the game keeps going. So it is all about leverage and using that leverage effectively. Supply chain. So supply chain is one of those things that, as you know, is a significant thing. And people say to me, Lina, what keeps you up at night? Well, other than menopause, because that sucks. Just throwing that out there for anyone who is either experiencing or living with someone experiencing it. But supply chain, this keeps me up at night. And it doesn't matter if it's in your digital supply chain, it is a physical supply chain. Supply chain impacts have been, like they have grown exponentially. And this is something that I was asked to speak about when I was still in the RCMP. And here we are now, and I'm still speaking about them. Like look at Jaguar Land Rover, look at Marks and Spencer. Those are all, third party and supply chain impacts that have reverberated around the world. Like they impacted the GDP of the UK. So it is significant. And you look at the supply chain logistics around an event like FIFA, and it isn't just the actual events themselves. So we'll talk about the actual events, but I want you to think about what that supply chain looked like for building, what that supply chain looked like for preparing, what that supply chain looks like around uniforms, even a little blip. And and it wasn't even a cyber at Paris when some of the US athletes realized that, I don't know who did their sizing, but the sizing were wrong. So you're a world-class athlete, you've been preparing for 4 years for this event, and you're getting ready to go on, and you don't have a uniform that fits because it's so tight that you can't move. So that sounds so insignificant, but what happens if teams can't get uniforms? What happens if your event space is not ready? We all know every time there is a major event, there is a huge push in construction, there is a huge push in permitting, looking at trying to get permits. Are these stadiums built to the same standard across all 16 venues? What upgrades? So how does that impact? It sounds so out there, but it's not. It's all part and parcel of, if you're a threat actor and you want to embarrass a host country or you want to apply some political leverage, this is a good way to do it because it shows that you're not professional, you're not modern, you're not able to put on a world-class event. So food services. So for those of you who have been at a major event, how many of you have had challenges getting food? Anyone? So this sounds like such a small thing, but it's actually really significant. So I'm going to go back historically. Look at even Napoleon in his failed excursion into Russia. Yes, they didn't factor the weather in. That was a big piece. But the failure of their supply chain actually led to disobedience in the military within 3 days. And it led to disobedience. People, as they were retreating, people were just like, this is ridiculous, we haven't eaten. Food is a basic need. So I can tell you from events that I've been at, there have been challenges. And, and part of you wants to say, my God, you've known about this for how long? You know that we need to eat. We're out for 12 hours or 15 hours or 16 hours. You got to kind of factor that in. And the reason I bring up food is it isn't just about feeding people. If people are feeling neglected, people are feeling like they have been left out and cut loose, if people feel like they don't even have basic needs met, do you think that those people's priority is on their role? It is not. So I don't mean it in like a malicious insider threat, although that can happen. I just mean are people focusing on their job, or are they so focused on not having a basic need met that they haven't bought in as much to what their role is? And that's a really big part of planning. And and I want to say, well, the devil's in the details. The devil is always in the details. You can pay huge attention to all the big parts of your event, but you have to have those little pieces that are the foundation. And you pull out something as basic as food, you are going to have problems. The other side of it is thinking about it from a food supply chain piece is, what happens if someone has an issue with one of the delegations? How do you know that someone isn't going to put something in the food to make athletes sick? Whether it's as a competitive advantage or an advantage to just send a message out and take out an entire delegation. That sounds, again, far-fetched, and people are like, Lina, you worry about the craziest things. I do, but again, if you're up at 3 o'clock in the morning because you can't sleep, this is the stuff that goes through my head. And also, do penguins have knees? So let's talk about people. If drilling down into FIFA, is it about sport? Yes, but it is all about people. It is about athletes, it's about national pride, it's about representing your country, being proud of your country. This is the best of what we can do, and how do you not do you not look at the opening ceremonies and feel that sense of pride when you see that Canadian flag up there in our athletes, because they're in this year. So it's a human network, it really is, but there's so many components. So when you look at the people involved in FIFA, these are all, like, there is the athletes, there is the delegations, but you got to think about things like, how do you control crowds? How do you communicate? Your staff, your volunteers, your personnel. We talked about VIPs already, but when you look at how you bring that all together, this is what it's all about. People have the ability, and we all know this in our organizations, is, people are our best sort of defense, but they're also our weakest link. They really are. So how do you work with the people of FIFA to make sure that they are part of the solution and not part of the problem? So in Paris, this is the numbers. So again, like, I've worked a number of events, and actually, ironically, funny story here. I had retired from the RCMP in May, and the very first trip I took in my new role was to Calgary. So I get to the airport in Calgary in June, and I know half the people on the flight because they're all flying out to G7 to do all kinds of details. So the reason it's funny is, so I know a whole bunch of people, I'm talking to them all, and then as we're going to pick up the luggage, I'm going to grab my bags off the carousel, and as I'm going to grab my bags, I'm like, okay guys, I'll see you later, I gotta go figure out what shuttle I'm on, I'll see you after. And one of the, I guess, bus marshals, coordinators, whatever he is, with his lanyard on for G7, comes running over, and he's like, no, you don't get to decide what shuttle is on, you haven't even signed in, you need to check in first, and we'll tell you where you're going. And I'm like, bye-bye, I retired 3 weeks ago. So it was, and all the guys that I knew were like, oh, we're going to come with you. So all that to say, when you look at the numbers of people that you need for security alone, this is just security, this is what it was at Paris. And in Canada, when we have a major event like G7, we fly people across the country. When we had the Olympics in 2010, I would say probably 90% of the people in my unit went to Vancouver, and they were gone 2 to 3 weeks. So if you need this kind of bodies for an event, what happens when you have 2 events across the country simultaneously? Where are you going to get all these bodies? This is something that concerns me because I already know there's leave restrictions in effect. There always are, even though in Vancouver, so the RCMP is not the lead for FIFA. It is Vancouver Police and Toronto Police. But there is no way that either of those entities, and they're both excellent organizations, by the way, there is no way that they have enough resources from a policing perspective to do this. So they have to draw on RCMP. So RCMP is already preparing that they're going to send bodies. But again, where are we going to get all these bodies? So you look at how many, so peak days are things like a major game between 2, major countries, like something like a soccer or a basketball game. Those are the kind of events. But that is still a significant number. And when you look at the vetting, so how does FIFA work? So when you talk about that the people engine, the people cogs, the non-technical part, they are the wheels that make this go round. But it counts on volunteers, very, very heavily reliant on volunteers. So if you were a threat actor and you wanted to be able to have an impact on something like FIFA, would you not volunteer? I would. Talk about a great way in. It doesn't even have to, you don't even have to have a really high-level role. It could be something as simple as, what gate are you guarding? Are you guarding something at the athletes' village? Are you guarding the food trucks? What are you guarding? Any one of those is going to be a vector. Any one of those has the potential to create significant damage. So we vet them. So in Paris, they had 300,000 volunteers. 300,000 people submit to be volunteers at FIFA, and they only selected 10 to 15%. This is consistent whether it was Qatar, whether it's, for any of the events that they have had, they're usually selecting 10 to 15,000. But anyone in here who's done a security clearance knows how slow it is. How long do you think that's going to take? That is significant. So another layer, we're gonna add another layer here, public safety and emergency response management. So this is something that's very near and dear to me because I'm a trained incident commander in emergency response. So this is an area that I look at and I think, are we prepared for worst case scenarios and do we train for that? Because a lot of times what I have seen is people train for the most likely scenarios. Unfortunately, while there's a chance that that'll happen, you're gonna get hit by an outlier. You're gonna get hit by something you didn't see coming. So how do you plan? What's your workaround? How are you gonna get around it? So again, you will always have the threats of terrorism, the risks of physical threats, all the risks there. But how do you move people safely? Like we talked about all these great controls and we're gonna have this so nobody gets trampled and we're gonna do that. But what happens when those fail? Like they may work great on paper. Have you practiced and how do you look at how do you move people in an emergency? And this doesn't even have to be malicious. It could be something really benign. What if there's like suddenly a massive rainstorm? What if we're in Vancouver and there's an earthquake? Have you planned for what that looks like and how you move people safely and protect people? So again, sabotage. We talked about the trains being sabotaged in Paris. That is a real risk, and it doesn't take much. So again, if you have a breach, one part of your people supply chain is breached, these are the types of risks that are prevalent. You always need to plan for these worst case scenarios. So I don't know if it happens seems to happen more frequently in the airlines recently, but when you look at something like they had a problem with the ticketing system and the boarding passes a couple of months ago. It was a gong show. And people, so you couldn't check people in electronically. So what's your workaround? They're having to do it manually. So things like preparing to do things manually. What if the power is gone? Are you preparing for that? So this is a really big one, and it is national security, make no mistake. So you talk about crowd behavior and environmental. What if someone leaves a bag? I mean, we saw this in Atlanta with the backpack left that had a bomb, and that poor guy who ended up getting arrested, and he didn't have anything to do with it. But all that to say is, who's monitoring? Who's watching? What threat groups? What are people tracking? Or from a disinformation narrative, where seems to be the target? What is being targeted? What are nation states looking at? What are cyber criminals looking at? What are hacktivists looking at? Where are they seeing that they can focus on? So protests in and of themselves, I mean, no issue there, but who's behind it and why are they behind it? And understanding what the implications are. So this one, cyber-enabled fraud. So I will say of all the things AI has done, it has made mediocre criminals really good. Because you don't even have to be a really good criminal anymore. You could be kind of a terrible criminal, but you can pay your subscription service and now you have the ability to be a really good criminal and make a lot of money, unfortunately. And we see this time and time again. But this one in particular is one that's gonna hit everybody that goes there. So these are all, I'm not gonna read them all out, but I mean, these are all exactly the areas that are gonna be targeted, probably other ones as well, but that fake site, fake credentials, I mean, you saw that in Qatar when people had to have that Haya app, there was fake apps. People were really impacted by the ticketing, by, all around the websites, people putting their information in. You talk about Wi-Fi, so I'm paranoid. I don't use Wi-Fi for anything when I'm not in my home or at the office. But people don't realize that, or these people that have and you look at phones now, even something as simple as somebody going through the crowds and grabbing people's phones. In the UK, in London specifically, this is almost a pandemic of people grabbing people's phones. They're unlocked, they throw them into airplane mode, and off you go. And now you have somebody's phone, and you think of all the information, and you think of what a lucrative target that is. If you're a threat actor and you want to be able to defraud people or just general criminality, this is the place to do it. So, we talked about all the layers. We talked about how any one of them has the potential to impact literally take down the game. So why do threat actors do that? Well, again, we talked about disinformation campaigns or narratives to embarrass host countries, to embarrass the IOC. We saw a real uptick in that with Russian groups and Russian-affiliated threat actors because they were banned and their athletes, if they did want to compete, had to compete as independent. So we definitely saw this as a challenge, but it has become much more sophisticated and much more targeted. So what happens when they all collide, and how are we preparing for that? So I'm gonna delve into disinformation, because a lot of people look at disinformation and like, Lina, it's just a bunch of, cute cats, picking up eagles or picking up children. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I love those videos too. My kid sends them to me all the time. Look at this cat, he's making a Subway sandwich. And I'm like, that's a really smart cat. And I get it. But the problem is there is a lot of people that do not understand the impact. And I'm gonna delve into it. So I put this up there because there's a lot of people that use misinformation and disinformation as the same thing, and they are not the same thing. So what you could have is a disinformation campaign. Disinformation is deliberate. I always remember it because they both start with D. Deliberate. It is deliberate, and it is done to control a narrative or to put out a narrative. Misinformation is unintentional. Misinformation is when your dad sends you a picture of an eagle literally lifting up a kid, and he's like, oh my God, what kind of bird is this? I'm like, Dad, it's fake. But that is misinformation. He is forwarding information without realizing that it is fake. And that's okay, but the problem is those who run disinformation campaigns are very, very good at building a narrative and sending it out, and then let the internet sort of do its thing, and off it spreads. And it spreads like wildfire. I will say, based on, if you look at the best lies, the most believable lies are those that are built around a kernel of truth. Excuse me. So if you have a truth in there and you wrap it all around, it's going to be a lot more believable than something that comes out. So what does that mean? That means things get taken out of context, or someone focuses on one part of it without understanding all the implications of what they're looking at. So how is information used as a weapon? And this is where I really, if my one message to you here is understanding the value of helping people recognize when they are not, when it is misinformation and disinformation, and having them pause and think about it. So these are all really significant. Why? Because we have crossed that threshold that says people get their news from Walter Cronkite or Barbara Walters or 60 Minutes. We have crossed that threshold. The majority of people now get their news from social media. So we all know the issue with that is whatever news media you follow, whatever the algorithm sees that you like, is just going to feed you more of it. So it becomes an echo chamber. So your biases get reinforced. Your belief system gets reinforced because, hey, I'm looking at the news on XYZ site, and it all reinforces exactly what I'm feeling and I'm thinking. Why is that dangerous? It's dangerous because people are making significant decisions based on what they are consuming on social media. Things like who to vote for. And I don't care what political affiliation you are, what you believe about vaccines, what you believe about anything. It doesn't matter which side of that you sit on. The point is, your belief system is going to be reinforced by where you get your news and how you get your news. So it does manipulate public opinion. And trying to get people to pause, go to a different site, check that out, that's been a challenge. I don't have an easy answer for that. I mean, I'd love if someone could say to me, hey, Lina, we did this and this worked really well. Great, we need to find a way to expand that. But when you look at why threat actors focus on misinformation and disinformation, if you think about any really big society, any big empire, they didn't collapse because of exterior pressure. They collapsed from within. Every one of them. Roman Empire, British Empire, Mongolian Empire, all of them had internal strife, internal chaos. How better to spread internal divisiveness and that distrust of authority than to continually hammer at people in their feeds of what they should be believing in. What it does is it reinforces the divisiveness that we are all feeling. And, you know, gone are the days where you could say, well, you know what, we're going to agree to disagree on politics, but we're still friends and we're going to go for a beer. Great. That world, unfortunately, isn't there. That's going to take a lot of work to get back to that point. Can we ever? I don't know. I'm trying not to be really depressing on a Friday morning. But all that to say is the ability of a threat actor to be able to, especially as a nation state, come in, sow that divisiveness, sow discord. Think of how much easier it is. You may never have to fire a weapon. You have basically collapsed a society from internally, from within. So I will add in there that you have disguising real world actions. So think false flag. Somebody puts out a video that says so-and-so is doing this, and that person or that entity or that organization or that country isn't doing that. But now there's video out there, so people are believing it. So these are all implications of just how badly we need to pay attention to this. I think this is one of the biggest issues currently facing us from a national security level, from a distrust of government level. So what did we see? How did we see this play out in sport? How did we see this play out in Paris? So all of these, there was probably, I think about 10 or 11 different narratives that were being tracked, that were being put out there as influence campaigns. But we saw all of these, you know, the Seine River being dyed blue, the French military, and I will say that one, again, when you look at that one, based on a kernel of truth, the angle that the picture was taken, and I don't know how people are going, well, you know, it was the Russian flag, it's also the colors of the French flag, but okay. But it all depended on angle. So that's what I mean about context. It was a picture taken from an angle that was different than other angles, and it looked like they were done, the fly past the angle looked like it was done in the order of the colors of the Russian flag rather than the French flag. This was, you know, debunked by, you know, pictures from the other angles. But it doesn't matter, that narrative got away like wildfire. So, and again, you look at that, the willingness or the motivation of threat actors to sow that discord and cultural divisiveness. You know, the IOC deleted the opening ceremony because people were upset that the pagan ritual that was there was a mockery of the Last Supper. It was, the video wasn't available in some countries, but that was basically because of the way that their you know, policy is around videos and what is there. But that video is still there. But again, a kernel of truth buried underneath a bunch of lies and mistruths. So how powerful is misinformation? So, you know, we talked about disinformation and how it can be used, but if you look at something, this was done, I want to say it's misinformation because I really don't believe that I believe it was in The Guardian, meant to put it out as a mistruth, but basically the headline read 6,500 migrant worker deaths in Qatar World Cup. So context is important. What it was trying to say, and the headline was very not helpful. Now, am I saying that there isn't you know, human rights issues in Qatar? No, that is not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is presenting it in this way did a disservice for a lot of things because it just sows distrust. But it was 6,500 deaths in the 10 years since the World Cup was awarded. So if you want to dissect that and you look at it within that 10 years, yes, there was 6,500 deaths, but that was deaths of all migrants. So you see what I mean about that little piece of information, the way it was done. And this headline was seized on, and people were using it as a battle cry. So we know that there's misinformation, disinformation. We talked about all the layers of threat, the cyber thing. Who are our adversaries? So we talked about nation state. Again, we have geopolitical agendas. So it doesn't even have to be an aggressive attack. It is something that is done to destabilize. So what is the agenda? You have all these levels. I think I put this up there and I organized them like this because they are all different groups. But I think the takeaway from this, what I need you to understand is these are all blurred. And the reason I say that is, you know, you aren't going to look at a breach or an attack and go, oh, well, that's a nation state, so we're going to address it this way. And that one, those are just cyber criminals, so we're going to go this way. they're all blurring and they're all taking advantage and piggybacking on each other. So if you think about it, if, let's say, for example, from a nation state, they put out a thing saying the train, don't take the train in Toronto because the TTC is going to be, there's threats, credible threats to the TTC, and that happened in Paris. Somebody put out a very real-looking CIA bulletin warning of elevated threats to the metros for US travelers. So someone says that, a nation state may have put that out, but a hacktivist group may be like, oh, this is great because, yes, that is great, they're targeting the trains. Now is a good time for us to protest over here or for us to attack on this side. So it's opportunistic. It's where are they going to get the biggest bang for their buck? Sometimes they even coordinate together, right? And so that's the part you need to remember is sometimes they actually seek out each other. And what does that look like and why are they working together? Because truthfully, they collaborate better than we do. I have people say to me, oh, Lina, that's something we have that the threat actors don't have is that we work together and we collaborate. And I call BS on that. We don't collaborate. We don't work together. You still have silos. Well, public sector is over here, private is over here, academia is over here. This is something that they have managed to do so well, because if you're a threat actor group and that threat actor group is really good at something, why would you replicate? Why reinvent the wheel? They go to that threat group and be like, hey, you need to do this for us, we'll split this, we'll do this for you. Like, they have it down way better than we do. So the reason I put this up here is so that you know that we have a very big range of adversaries. There's really so many to choose from, but they all are capable of working together, and they do work together. So we talked about collaboration. So let's take a page out of their playbook. So I want you to think about these three pieces. So are we using our expertise in the best way possible? I would strongly tell you that we are not. How do we break down those silos? I will say in the federal government, we're really good at silos, really good. We have it down to a science. But we need to break those down. So how do we break those down? And are we empowering our human firewall? Have we empowered our people to be able to come to us? So if you have someone who's working security, and are we empowering them to come to you and say, hey, something's really weird here, I need someone else to come and look at it? Or are we just basically saying, just shut up and do your job is just to guard A? If you don't involve people as active participants, you are missing the boat on how to protect. So I'm going to put this up as a blueprint, but I do want to talk to you about one thing, and this does go back to the whole piece of collaboration. So in 9/11, when 9/11 happened, any police officer who wasn't in a uniform put on a uniform and had to guard. So you guarded critical infrastructure, you guarded airports, you guarded financial, you guarded nuclear power plants, whatever. So my argument is, to counter this, is in this day and age, if we have a 9/11, and if we do, it will be cyber. That is a given. Why risk? They're not going to put people on a plane. They don't need to put people on a plane. It will be a cyber attack. So what are you going to do? Put a bunch of police officers in uniforms to guard what? Laptops? And coming from that world, I can tell you, probably 85% of police officers are not cyber trained. This is not their purview. I can arrest for robbery, I can do really good homicide investigations, I'm very good at national security, but they aren't trained for cyber. So how do you supplement that? Do we wait till a crisis? Do we wait till 9/11 and then run to all our private sector partners and be like, oh my God, you gotta help us, we need help? No, you need to plan in advance. So what does that look like? Why don't we have a cyber militia? In my mind, that is how you do it. You pre-vet, you proactively find people who are willing to step up and say, hey, me, I will come, I will help. Pre-vet them, know who you're working with. Understand the value that people bring from the skills that you don't have. Because if threat actors can do it, we need to do it, but we need to do it better. So this is, to me, I look at FIFA as an opportunity, not as a negative, even though I talked about all the negative and there's so much. But it is an opportunity to showcase how we can all work together. So what does it look like when we do work together, when we genuinely collaborate? Don't just write collaborate and think that, hey, I'm good, I wrote it down. We're collaborating. No, we're not collaborating. Authentic. Be authentic, But this is a chance for us to show how we can bring together all aspects of security, whether it's digital, physical, people, all of it. If we can bring that together and showcase it in something like FIFA, we can actually use that as a blueprint for how we do it for the rest of our world. And that's it. I think I'm good for time. Thank you. Any questions? I think we have time for one or two. Anyone? Or have I told? Yeah, go ahead. Yes. Yeah, and you should do, and actually that's an excellent point. You should do tabletop exercises, but they can't just be within your own organization. I strongly encourage cross-sector and cross-training, because you are going to get threat actors that are going to target one aspect and then hit another. So do tabletop, but don't just do it as a tabletop when everybody's there on a Tuesday. This is probably don't get me wrong, I love tabletop exercises, but you can't just do them on a Tuesday morning when everybody is there and your CISO is there and your tech team is there. Because when is it going to happen? Statistically speaking, 30% of the incidents will happen, or you face a 30% increased risk of an event happening on a weekend, on a holiday. So that's when it's going to happen. So does the poor person who's sitting there, who is the decision maker, know that they're the decision maker, know that they're the one that has to, get that ball rolling? A lot of times they don't. So do a tabletop, but also look at it from a crisis of, we're going to do it and we're going to involve all our partners, but we're going to do it on a day where the person who's maybe 3 or 4 removed from the decision-making process knows that they are part of that decision-making. We are doing it with some of our clients, absolutely. That's a really big part of preparing, and it's all about what would you do in a crisis? Yeah, 100%. Okay, thank you.
How's everyone doing? Hopefully it's been a good conference so far. Thanks for having me. I know you guys, I think the organizers asked for the commander to show up, and unfortunately you get me, so kind of stuck with it. So today I'm just gonna do a quick talk and hopefully I have time to entertain questions. Kind of at the end. I'll get through some slides. There'll be some organizational stuff. I'll try to make it as less boring as possible. But really what I want to try to get out there is educate or inform people on what we are and why Capt Cyber Command has to exist. And so I'll use the term Capt Cyber Command. So that's Canadian Armed Forces Cyber Command. We'll get into why we think it was a good idea to do that. It's not just for having a cool name and not just be like everyone else. Let's go. All right, so first I'll just do a quick intro of who is this guy up here talking. A little bit of my journey and connection to this community, or at least I'll try to sell you that I've got a bit of a connection to the community, as my journey did pass through BSides once or twice. So about 2012, I was kind of doing some graduate studies at our military college and got a bit exposed to the cybersecurity nexus in I think there was like one course that was offered at the time, and it was really cool. Before then, I was like a big naysayer. I was kind of like, this stuff doesn't matter. Like, come on, I just got to get on with the job. And I was an engineer at sea on warships, just, worried about whether I was going to get in trouble for moving a cordless phone too close to a system. And I was like, this is a bunch of garbage. Anyways, that all changed in 2012. I got hooked pretty quickly. And then I spent, 7 years trying to figure out how to secure warships, which is a bit of a different problem. And there's been talks in the past, BSides, from different parts of the teams on what that looks like and kind of how complex it is, how sometimes we make it more complex than it needs to be, and how sometimes we aim too high and miss some of the low-hanging fruit. But really interesting stuff. Got to dig into that for a long time, although sometimes it felt like it was a bit of a burden. In that time, though, I did come to BSides for my first time in 2014. So I don't know, is that the second one? Because there was like a gap. It was 2010, and then there was a gap. Were there ones before that? There was 4? Okay. Anyways, super awesome. I didn't go to any presentations. I just went and CTF'd and said all the boring speakers like me were boring. So thanks for all those who pulled your head out of CTF. I don't know if there are any. I know a couple people talked to me and said, hey, we're not coming to your talk because we're doing fun stuff. That's okay. And then I got a bit of a vacation from Navy Engineering. I went off to do Cyber Operations Task Force, which was super awesome. It was my definitely a vacation. I got to meet some great people, some who are here today, and kind of learn more about how the business actually got to be done. And then, continued to try to muddle my way through this community as a Navy engineer in a Navy that's still trying to find its way in this space. And then got an opportunity to go down to the US to kind of look at what does this stuff look like, the cyber domain look like at the strategic level, which was super interesting. And then that landed me in Cyber Command, which was kind of like a dream come true, a dream I never knew I had until I landed there, and a dream I didn't even know was possible until like days before. They're like, hey, there's this big program you can go study cybersecurity and cyber domain operations at the national security strategy level. And I was like, that exists? Awesome. So let's go do that. And then I got, so 2024, I came back from that, and I've been in Cyber Command ever since. And hopefully you'll get a sense of where we're at and what our journeys look like in the last about year. A little more than a year is my journey, but the command's only just over a year old. But that's my story. All right, why establish a Cyber Command? For this community, it may make sense, may not. For internal to the Canadian Armed Forces, it doesn't always make sense to everyone. They don't understand why we need to focus and cohere our thoughts and efforts on a cyber domain. They get it, the internet's important, and everyone uses computers, but they don't often think in depth about what that means. And so we have to face that as an institutional challenge and what we're getting after. And I think it's broadly not different than what corporations and private and even other parts of the public areas have gone through as they evolve to understand how important it is and how you have to focus and get your efforts sorted out. But really what we were trying to fix was kind of a command and control problem in that we already had organically established a number of organizations that were fighting and operating in the cyber domain in this space, and we'll talk about what they were. So I'll say the tactical units. So the tactical units broadly have already existed. They pre-existed Cyber Command, and the joke from the commander, so Major General Yarker, the guy on the right, who's our commander right now, he said the only thing we created on the day of Cyber Command establishment was his position. Everything else was just slammed together of bits and pieces of organizations that were spread out all over. The big challenge that those organizations had wasn't about doing the business, although there's always, we could get, now that I look at some of the audience, I'm gotta be cautious because they're gonna come get me after and be like, yeah, we're not doing the business right yet. And they're right in a lot of ways, but doing the business was not really the problem. If you look at it from the big picture, it was about pulling it all together and making sure it was hooked in at the most senior levels of the organization. And I think this should resonate kind of in private industry. This is still a thing. At times challenged depending on the maturity of the organization. It's also across government can also be a bit of an issue. But for us, when we talked about doing kind of strategic level planning and engagement, so that's the Chief of Defense Staff really presenting options to government for how we navigate and operate in the cyber domain. This stuff was a bit buried under layers and layers of organizations, and sometimes it would flip between military-only organizations and then to a civilian-led organization and then back to a military person and then eventually back up to the decision makers. And so as you can imagine, this caused some real challenges in that the people who were doing the good work or trying to do the best work they could were often in the shadows. Sometimes they wanted to be, Sometimes maybe they regret being pulled out of the shadows now because people know what you're doing and understand it a bit better. But at times it's mostly not enabling for them to be kind of buried under all this noise and people not really understanding the business. And so what we did is we flattened all that, took all those headquarters and the multiple layers of decision makers and people who passed on emails to pass on emails. And now we have a direct line from the tactical units to the commander, and then the commander to the chief of advanced staff. So we're much better enabled to get after the business of joint warfighting in the cyber domain and electromagnetic spectrum. I think also there's definitely side benefits, is it cohered the staff's effort. So we'll talk maybe a little bit, maybe not. My efforts are really focused on the future force. We will touch on it at the very end. And trying to figure out what do we need to be. And those efforts were disconnected from the units before, but as a single command, it really brought it together and cohered my effort towards making Cyber Command and all the units better enabled and better positioned for the future fight. All right. I'm not going to dive into the context. I think so this is part of this slide package or presentation is what we call our Cyber Command 101. So we're out in the world and in the Canadian Armed Forces, in government, with industry and the public, trying to educate people on what we are. And so depending on your audience, you kind of need to go through this. So the top context, I think, is probably well known to this group. If you showed up here, took the effort to get here, you got a good sense for things are happening in the cyber domain, and it's a challenge. It continues to be a challenge. It's used by nation states all the time. We are busier than ever as a cyber command, getting after defending Canadian interests and operating under government authorized missions. This doesn't slow down. It's not getting any easier. And it's going to continue to be used kind of in conflict or in competition and used by adversaries against Canadians broadly. And this is a problem. So I think we all get that. And that's the context and the threats. For us, though, just because everyone becomes aware, or at least a few people are, that doesn't mean you necessarily just someone shows up with a wheelbarrow full of money and says, hey, you got to go fix some stuff, go figure it out. You have to fight through it. You need policy coverage. You need, government organizations to tell you you have a mission in there, and people will fight you and say, well, you don't have an approved mission. You're not actually supposed to do that. And you're like, well, we got to defend our networks. Like, come on. And so you can see we've highlighted a bunch of the things over time. You can see kind of back to 2017 with Strong, Secure, and Engaged. If you've read it, awesome. If you haven't read it, okay. I had to read it, as part of it, but there's some good stuff in there. And sometimes those words do get traction and sometimes they drag on. So you can see the SSE 87, 88, 89, 90. These are basically tasks the government gave the Canadian Armed Forces to get after. Some of them we've progressed reasonably well. Some of them we have a lot more work to do to meet those objectives. And just because it's written in a policy, doesn't always mean you get the traction you think you should. But obviously, it's an initial start to government level recognition on the importance of what we have to get after. And then most recently with R&R Strong and Free, even simpler, two tasks, and that's what I've highlighted there. Stand up a cyber command, establish a joint Canadian cyber operations capability with communications security establishment. So check, we stood up a cyber command October of 2024. Our joint, or I would call it an interagency capability with communications security establishment was ongoing already, and we continue to work that and build that out to be what the government needs kind of for optionality against our adversaries. So kind of check and check, but lots of work to do. This slide really just trying to emphasize what we are because we're different than what we used to be in some respects. A little bit of a breakaway from what is the digital services group, which is where we came from, and just kind of trying to differentiate what we're focused on. And we're still working on this because, you know, I get a lot of interaction with industry, which is awesome. I get to see all sorts of cool stuff that industry's doing and offering. But sometimes it's clear that they don't quite understand that difference, and that's on us for not explaining it. But really, we're about operating in the domain. So we're really the cybersecurity operations side of the business. In that we're not building the infrastructure, we just have to live with it. We have to try to fight through it. We have to try to get the adversary out of it. We need to find the adversary in it. Strictly in the cyber defense side. We'll talk about the other parts of the business as well. But this is really trying to highlight that. And you'll note in there that we also use the term SIGINT, so signals intelligence and joint electronic warfare. So our kind of mission set is 4 warfighting functions. So, and we'll talk more about it. So, offensive and defensive cyber operations, joint electronic warfare. So, we can talk after about the definition of that. What does that mean? But that's really us dealing with transmissions and signals and having influence on adversary RF systems or radar systems, et cetera. And then signals intelligence, that's us listening on military missions, listening to communications, listening to transmissions in the RF spectrum, and using that information to generate advantage. These are all our things. And so when you look at it, you're like, well, why did you guys call yourself Cyber Command? Because you do more than that. And there's part of the team that's like, hey, we're not cyber guys, or I would argue they are, but we're dealing with signals and the spectrum. And the answer is, well, most of our allies and nations went that way until the UK showed up and went, oh, we heard all your questions. So now they have a cyber and electromagnetic spectrum command, or EM command, sorry. So anyways, you know, good for them. And maybe that's the right name for us too. But we're not going to change the name anytime soon. But what I want to emphasize though is we encompass all of that. The second bullet really talks about our allies, partners, and so we have close partners with communication security establishment, and we'll talk more about other government partners, and allies and partners globally. So cyber is a team sport. You can't do it by yourself. Even the US, and they'll admittedly say it, they can't do it all by themselves. It is a big cyberspace, it's a big world, and in order for us to really get advantage over the adversary, we have to band together. So that's a key aspect of what we do. The third bullet's talking about pan-domain operations. So this is really, we used to focus a lot on the joint, so that would be Navy, Army, Air Force, or as the Navy guys called it, JARMY, which is just a comment to say it's all about the Army, or they think it is. Really, pan-domain means space, Army, Air Force, Navy, cyber. And so it's really, as we fight in modern days, it's all aspects of warfare that come together across the board that matter to each other. And so we're a huge enabler because we cross-cut across all the domains. So Navy, Air Force, Army all rely on cyberspace to do the business they do. Space, is there any space command or 3 CSD people in the audience? I feel bad when I make fun of them when they're not here. Anyways, what's space? What's a space asset without cyber? Orbital debris. So I usually tell that joke, but I got that from a space command guy in the US, so I feel like it's okay to say it. Anyways, super important domain. We rely on it, just can't do much without it these days. But we have a clear implicated task to help support that and enable them and keep them doing the mission. And then the last one, talking about a cyber resilient CAF. We also have an obligation for being kind of the cyber domain expertise for the Canadian Armed Forces to make sure that everyone who relies on technology is able to be resilient through the fight and kind of continue to rely on those things that the adversary is going to try to take away or influence. And so that becomes an important aspect of what we do and get after. I think that's been up there long enough for people to read as they ignored what I said, so that's cool. Hopefully you weren't ignoring me. I'm not going to read the mission and vision statements. It's kind of a bit repetitive, but you can really see we really focus on those 4 warfighting areas that are emphasized there in our mission. You can see partnership and capacity building. So again, this is the team sport thing. So you are as strong as your weakest link. So as we band together in different regions of the globe that face against different levels of threat from the adversaries, if we're partnering with them, we're only as strong as we can make them. So we really need to uplift kind of everyone we work with. So whether that's in Canada with government and industry, whether that's out of Canada with different areas of the world where we're all banded together as like-minded nations against people who want to damage or destroy the way we live. And then the vision, you can see, again, it's pretty re-emphasizing on what we need to do and a bunch of military jargon in there, but broadly, that last line to enhance global security, and as well as focused on those 4 warfighting areas. And of course, we want to be world-class. I think in a lot of ways we are, but just because you're world-class doesn't mean you don't have a lot of room to grow. I told them I'd be really quick, but then I just realized I'm talking a lot for the first 6 slides, so see how we're doing. Just gonna take a pause here. I'm just fighting through getting over a cold last week. So what do we do? And so you can see up there, we've kind of broken it down into kind of 3 buckets. One thing that a lot of people don't know we do, even inside the Canadian Armed Forces, is we provide kind of continuous indications and warnings. And this is us out in the world, listening to and understanding what our adversaries are planning, getting after, doing. And this enables us to keep Canadian Armed Forces members deployed globally or domestically safe. So I'm kind of covering across both domestic and expeditionary there. Of course, we're responsible for defending the Canadian Armed Forces and D&D networks. That's a team effort. It's not just us, but like I said, on the maneuver defense side, that's us in combination with other parts of the government. We play a role in the government cyber incident response, mainly when it affects D&D CAF systems, but we are a part of that, and we work together with the rest of the government on that under the leadership of CSE. And we provide signals intelligence based on intelligence requirements. So this is normal military business. And then you can see expeditionary. We do a lot of the same things whenever we take Canadian Armed Forces personnel, assets, and put them globally. We have the same responsibility whether they're in Canada or outside of Canada. So those overlay kind of in the same ways, just not located in Canada. We do cyber effects globally. So when authorized by the government, we're out there shaping cyberspace and trying to make our adversaries' day a little worse. And that keeps us busy, and we do that, again, under authorized missions with our partner. Lastly, we maintain effort across kind of some key allies, so NORAD, Five Eyes, so the big 5 intelligence sharing nations in NATO, as well as other partners. And we get out in the world and help our partners defend. So you may or may not know, but we're persistently in Latvia on a cyber defense mission out there. And so we have a task force that's deployed there all the time. We rotate it, and they do great work with the Latvians. And so we get out in the world as well. So we're not just sticking at home defending our own stuff. We're also helping our allies out. And then the last one is really talking about what I worry about day to day is how do we build out the cyber force, get the right people trained to the right level, generate the right numbers, shape into the force we need, get the capabilities we need, so technology, but the training as well, and the people to put it together to be able to get out and do the missions that we're assigned and predict what the new missions are that we might not be doing today that we have to do tomorrow and be ready to do those when we're called upon. And then the last point is making sure that we're always mission assured in and through cyberspace. So everyone relies on cyberspace to get their job done. It's always easy to be like, well, I'll just go back to paper and pen or grease pencil, as the Army guys say, and you're like, okay, we'll do it then. And then when you make them do it, they're like, wow, that really sucks. It's super slow, and we haven't done it in a long time, so we're really rusty. And you're like, okay, so let's talk about mission assurance from the adversary in and through cyberspace and kind of get their planning going there and start thinking about that. Oh, I almost skipped the org chart. So in case some of you aren't military or haven't been exposed to military, every presentation is required to have an org chart. If I put that up, military police, and I didn't have an org chart, military police would come in, arrest me, and take me away. I feel like this is the least bad org chart I've ever put up, so you're welcome. I didn't create it, so I'll find out who you should thank. Anyway, but this is how we're structured. So like I said, we kind of, on operations, we have a direct line to the Chief of Defense Staff through the commander. Digital Services Group, we were born of them. We're still tightly connected. They provide us money. It's important. They also provide a lot of services that we just couldn't grow into, as we're kind of a minimal sized command as we were established. So there's a lot of things that we can't necessarily do on our own that we rely on a bigger organization to help us out with. So they're definitely there. You can see the connection to communications security establishment down when we plug into the cyber effects unit. Again, they're our key partner. And I would argue they're a key partner across all 4 warfighting areas. Some are more nascent than others, but we are well integrated with them and rely on their capabilities, capacity, and enterprise to get after the business in really awesome ways. So they are an organization we work with a lot and consistently and continuously. Across the bottom, and the next slide talks about who they are. You have what are our current units. We're growing. We may establish new units in the near future. We may not. We have Canadian Forces Station Leitrim, the Canadian Forces Electronic Warfare Center, Canadian Forces Network Operations Center. Our HQ we call a unit, but it's really just to make sure all the colonels and captains, navies aren't wandering around lost without guidance and go to the right things on time. And then our cyber effects unit, which is integrated in with the communications security establishment, and we'll talk about what they are now. So won't really read that. Talked a bit about the HQ, so there's a bunch of us that need coordination and organization and support, and that's really what they get after, really critical enabling function for us to do the business as a command. Canadian Forces Station Leitrim, our oldest unit, coming out of World War II, late years of World War II or mid years of World War II, doing signals intelligence for like 80 plus years. So this has been around for a long time, hanging out south of the city, pretty good digs down there, free parking, it's a great spot. And they do really critical missions at the strategic level, operational level, and tactical level, and again, in conjunction with communication security establishment. Our Electronic Warfare Center, this is our Joint EW Nucleus unit. So we are growing in this space. That's a nascent space, but they do some really critical activities that deal with understanding what the adversary does with the electromagnetic spectrum. And they're a key enabler across the Canadian Armed Forces in keeping itself safe and enabling, especially when you look at kind of the 5th generation fighters that are coming and modern warfare, they're a key enabler for us to actually get after modern warfare. And we're looking to grow that space as well. Canadian Forces Network Operations Center. This is the cyber defense unit. I don't know why they named it the Network Operations Center. It's a security operations center, but it also generates cyber defense task forces that go out in the world. Our network operations center is called the DEFSOC, which I can't remember what it stands for, but it's not a security operations center. But for whatever reason, we decided to confuse people with the names, maybe to give me an extra 2 minutes to talk about why we're bad at naming stuff. Anyways, cyber defense, generate globally deployable cyber defense task forces, as well as our Security Operations Center for D&D CAF. And then the cyber effects unit. This is our offensive cyber unit, and they're doing authorized missions for the government right now, but they are our integration as part of that establish a joint Canadian cyber operations capability the government tasked us to do, and R&R strong and free, and they are awesome. Key partners. So you can see it's the wheel of pain. I can't remember what they call it. I think they call it the wheel of pain. But we work with everyone in the government. We are plugged in across. Those are key areas. So there's some missing that we probably work with, but these are key organizations in the government on the right that we work with every day, and we have to. And it really just speaks to the kind of how it is a team sport, no matter what level you look at. So when you look just in government, it takes a whole bunch of organizations working well together to get it done. And this is challenging. We have to plug into this. I've emphasized a bunch on CSE as our key partner, but we definitely have regular interaction with the rest of those organizations on a daily basis. And then not to mention internal to the Department of National Defense. Our list of global key partners is incorrect. There are many more that haven't been added there, but these are some of the key partners that we work with. We do exercises, training, uplift, operations, and we're out in the world doing that stuff every day. Sometimes it's almost too much. We can be stretched pretty thin because we're getting out in the world with all our partners, and all of them want more Canadians in their teams and working with them. So I think that's a good sign. But again, this is just the team sport slide. All right, we're almost to the end. So now the first two part. I think if you saw what the title of my presentation was, it was who we are, what we do, and what we need to figure out. So I think we're through who we are and what we do, and now I'm trying to tell you what I think we need to figure out. Because although we are out there doing the business and we're doing a good job at what we do, there's lots of room to improve, and there's lots of stuff that we're not necessarily doing, we're not organized to do, but we know we have to, and there's just a ton to figure out. All right, I know I'm going slower than I said I was, but I'm almost done. So we're just about a year old, or just over a year old. So as you can imagine, if any organization of this complexity comes out after a year and they're just like firing on all cylinders, then good for them. But we are certainly riding the struggle bus up the hill of growth, and it's awesome. I'm not driving, I don't think. If I'm supposed to be driving, then that's a problem, because I'm definitely not hanging onto the wheel. I'm just looking out the window. So we got a ton of stuff to get after. The demand is everywhere, as I noted. And we're trying to figure out how to develop in all those warfighting areas, which is something we weren't doing in the past. We were really just focused on a few niche areas of development. Now we're trying to do it all with the same team, and so that's a real stretch. I noted there's a difference between what digital services does, and they're growing into really getting after what is a big task to digitize something like the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defense. Huge task, and they're doing great work there. And we're trying to keep synced with them and figure out how we can maneuver to defend all the great stuff they add to the network, and work with them as we kind of step into the future together. Real challenge. What I think this slide is really kind of pointed at is talking about trying to get people to think and understand what is the difference between building, engineering, and maintaining cyberspace and operating in it. And we do maybe a little bit different separation of those duties. Sometimes it's not always the most efficient, but that's what we do. And we're still trying to figure out how to find the right balance between that. And then the last point is really, we also really need to figure out how better to plug into industry to tap all your collective minds for those who are from industry, and figure out how to solve hard problems together. So these are just some bullets on, what are we getting after? What do I lean into every day? Is, well, we're not the force. I can tell you that today. We are not the force we need to be tomorrow, and just tomorrow. We're also not the force we need to be for 5 years from now. Really hard to predict what 5 years from now looks like in this space. We're focused a little shallower, but we're trying to be more agile. And I spend a ton of effort, my team spends a ton of effort trying to figure out what is the cyber force for the Canadian Armed Forces, for the government of Canada. What does it look like? And what do we have to do to get it there as fast as possible, because the adversary is not slowing down. Our biggest challenge is people. People are core to what we get after. And you'll note my little bearish on AI. I don't have time to get into that talk. I agree we have to use AI. We have to figure it out, but we also have to be realistic of what it can deliver to us in the next couple of years. And so we won't gain, I don't see that we'll gain the enhancements that are advertised today immediately or fast enough to be able to have them in position ready to fight against an adversary tomorrow. Therefore, I got to focus on people. And that's a big part of our growth, because they make up whatever force we have and will have for the next coming years. What are the capabilities I need for years from now or for tomorrow? Sometimes I don't know. So we got to figure that out, and sometimes industry tells us that. Sometimes we figure it out and we have to get industry to understand it in our context and help us build it. And then kind of a couple bullets talking about this community. I use the term InfoSec. I don't know what the current term is for this community, but the InfoSec community, at least that's what it was when I was young. Some of you might want to join us, so hopefully this brief will get you excited and go, maybe there's some stuff I can go do in uniform. That's great. Full or part-time, we've got opportunities. Come talk to me later. Some of you maybe will help us through commercial offerings. You might come to us with solutions, help us solve the problems. And then I just want to note that by doing what you do, you are all helping us get better as Canada. That helps Canadian Armed Forces because you're making the world more secure. So keep doing that. I do appreciate it. And then the last one I've noted, we got to figure out how to do better interface with industry. That's always a challenge in government. We're trying to figure it out, but we definitely want to adapt. We know we can be better. These are just some industry engagement points, things I want to do. I'm not going to talk to it because that's it. And then in case you want to know who to blame for me showing up, those guys are in charge. Those are the unit commanders. They have a lot of power and do a lot of cool stuff. They don't have names there, but I made sure the ranks were all right there so you can see Army, Navy, and Air Force. And yeah, that's my talk. Happy to take a few questions if there's time.
Yeah, can you speak to integration with joint targeting initiatives?
Sorry, I was looking for who asked that because I was going to chuck something. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so joint targeting is a hard problem because the joint targeting system for how we plan to drop bombs in protracted operations, really challenging for cyber operations on especially on the offensive effects side, and even I would say on the electronic warfare effects side, because there's usually emergent properties that come up as you discover what you're doing and how the adversary target system looks. So we are hooked up with them on the strategic kind of how do we do joint targeting strategically. We are also working kind of on the inside to try to come up with how can we build up a proper and fit for purpose dynamic targeting approach to figure out how to maneuver and do the effects and deliver them not 6 years from now. And how can we plan capability development, because often mission planners are like, we've got a problem we need to solve. Okay, well, when do you need to solve it? Well, tomorrow. You're like, okay, well, unlike the bomb you might have in the shelf, I can't just pull that out because I need to understand the problem, so you got to talk to me earlier. So kind of an answer. We are definitely plugged in. It is an active area of focus for us to understand how to do better because we know the kind of older system doesn't work for us perfectly. I think there was another one. Yeah.
cybersecurity is a very wide area. Are you looking at expanding that?
Yes. So, yeah, two comments. So one, to be a reserve cyber operator, you don't need to have a diploma from a specific college. It is all learning assessed. So we'll take a look at what program you studied at and what your experience and skills are, and determine whether or not you meet what you said is a very narrow thing, if that's what you want to do. For the wider problem of what are all these other things that cyber operators don't do, how are we getting after that? So Cyber Command is not specifically growing its non-commissioned member occupations wider than that. There are other ones. The Air Force has a occupation that is more flexible for specialists that have special skills to come in that we're looking to leverage. It's not a Cyber Command occupation that we're looking to leverage, so I can probably talk to you about that afterwards. As well, we're in the process of studying like a cyber officer occupation, which will provide a wider swath of skills and capabilities and needs. But that is something that's in progress right now and down the future, and that may offer more flexibility to get after what you want to say. But first, we have to establish it reg force, and then reserve will quickly follow. So down the road. So get what you're saying, but down the road, we need a bit more time to get it sorted out.
Why is recruitment so painful?
Why is recruiting so? Why?
No, I'll give you an example. See, my son and his friends are in third year at Carleton, computer science. They're in the cybersecurity stream. They've all applied for the Air Force Signal Corps. No response. Black hole, nothing, no follow-up. They're all going to end up in the private sector, but they actually wanted to work with you.
Yeah, so the Chief of Defense Staff has put the pressure on the Canadian Forces Recruiting Group, which is separate from Cyber Command, to really improve their processes. I think we are starting to see very positive signs that they're improving that process. I don't personally have any answers for, I could tell you over a beer why I think it's painful, but I don't personally have any kind of official answers to say how we're going to get after improving it, but I know for certain we have seen positive improvements in the last year. It's got a long way to go. That is something that we raise as an issue to us, because at the pace we need to grow, we need that recruiting group to produce recruits for us to take, and we need more and more of those. As we grow cyber officer, that will give us levers to pull people like your son in that example into our occupation and put pressure on the recruiting group to pull those people in faster. But until then, we're at the mercy of them getting better at it. And they are getting better, so we should probably give them a bit of pause to say they have made improvements, but certainly not enough for what we're facing. So understand your frustration. Hopefully they'll stick it out and maybe circle back around, and we'll get stuff fixed to pull them in, because we got a lot of work to do. Yeah. Okay.
Is there any thoughts of members who, yes, maybe we can no longer do a course test, but I'm enrolled in school right now to be a cybersecurity analyst. Couldn't I have done that and stayed in the CAF?
Yeah, so I think, whether or not the CAF will retain people who don't meet universality of service is a hot topic. That is not a Cyber Command topic. So, we've gone different directions on whether that's possible or not as an institution. And the current direction is not possible for retention in uniform. That said, from a Cyber Command perspective, we are looking at different ways to enable those with the right skills as in a reserve capacity, but maybe a different capacity than what you're thinking of a reserve capacity that doesn't currently exist today, that wouldn't require the same things as you would be to be like a Class A or Class B reservist. We are exploring and trying to figure that out, because we know we need to widen the net in industry, and so we need to capture these people. Where I would say we are continuing to grow is we continue to grow. Unlike a lot of other parts of the government right now, we're blessed to be growing in our civilian workforce, who are integrated into our units and organizations that do the missions every day. And so there are civilian opportunities with D&D and the public service to bring those skills back to us. Sort of an answer, but yep. And there are many, I think we're trying to create new avenues to serve that haven't existed before. Those are to come, but public service is still integral to our capacity. Okay.
Sir, you mentioned the creation of an officer cyber trade. I'm wondering how far out do you think that is? What kind of qualifications would you need to join as that? And how difficult of a process would it be to transfer from an NCM to that officer trade?
Okay, there's a lot of questions packed
Sorry,
in there.
sir.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. How far out? Super hard to predict. Commander beats me up every meeting on where we're at on the progress on generating that occupation. It takes time, so I can't really predict it on how quickly we'll get there. But we're working. It is one of the higher priorities activities for us. What does it look like? Well, we know that you don't want to be boxed into being like you need this degree or that education or that experience to become it. So we're trying to create a many paths solution that meets the aim, because it's a wide field that you need. And then the last question is, how hard would it be to go from NCM to officer? I would say no harder than it is to go from NCM to officer right now, except we are looking to have that as a key pathway to generate technical experts is from the non-commissioned members, to give them a path to cyber officer where they can remain and be focused technical experts. Or domain experts, if you will. So it will have probably an enhanced capacity to do that if we get the design right. So no promises, but that is a design intent for us to be able to transition our senior folks into that. All right, thanks.
Thank you very much. You're so many people. You're so kind. Thank you. All right, so this is my presentation, Defense Through Deception. It's a little project I've been working on for a little while. I'd like to show off to the world here. All right, so what we got here, what we have for the presentation here is we're going to start with an intro. We're going to do a little bit of a mise en scène. We're going to set the scene and the history of the landscape that I'm coming from. We're going to really start to talk about the deception, and that's where the fun stuff is. We're going to talk about some real-world considerations, and then kind of, my future plans for this project. And then if I'm going to have a bit of section. Sorry, you want me to speak up? Closer to the speaker. Oh, God, I'm sorry. All right, sorry. So the plan is we're going to talk about some real-world considerations for the project and this idea that I have, and what my hopes and future plans are for it. And then with the question period I'm going to have a slide with all the links. So if you're really interested, it'll all be right there. All right, so before I start, I'm nervous. This is something. I've got this really crazy idea that, you want to hold it? Okay. All right, let's try this. I think that sounds a little more. Oh, thank you. I got this crazy idea, but as we can see, my ability to put it into words is, anyway, so who am I? My name's John. My name's John Moore. I've been working the IT industry for 25 or so years. The last 10 years really seriously focusing on cybersecurity. And I've worked with literally thousands of different customers on all kinds of different problems. You name it, I've seen it. I'm a big proponent of open source. I love it. A lot of my project is based on open source. And then this idea, I've been working on this idea, low-key kind of side project for coming up just about 10 years. Just kind of making sense of everything. It's a crazy thing. I also told myself I need to get out of my comfort zone, and yeah, we're there. All right, so what's this idea? All right, so it's this, like I said, it's this crazy idea I've been working on. It's taking the red, blue, purple team to a different kind of idea, a different twist on it, not what we normally think of as purple teaming. It's like you can think of it as a bit of a honeypot, but not quite. There's some key differences. It's definitely not a replacement for any security practices. This is just something to take it to another level. And if you want to start to get an idea of what I'm talking about, if anybody's got your laptops and you got some port scanners, you can just run nmap or port scan johnmore.duckdns.org, and then you can just see start to get an idea of what I'm talking about. All right, so a little bit of laying of the scene. So the traditional approach to network security is, it's the old school stuff. It's just really, we're only allowing and routing the ports and services that we are offering, right? And we're just dropping and not routing anything else. It's very passive, so you just kind of set up your routes, and then there you go, you're done. You forget about it. The problem with that is you're telling the attackers exactly what services you're offering and what services to target. And then when we talk about set and forget, the emphasis is maybe a little more on the forget, because you just said it, and then that's it. You never think about it again. Then we kind of matured, network security and just IT security matured, where we got a little more selective on protocol filtering. We start to get into web filtering, application filtering, right? We just bring that inspection up a few layers in the IP stack. The problem with this is filtering is easy to bypass, and it could be misconfigured and misused. And just because you think you have it set up properly doesn't mean it is. And it's very static. It just do your inspection until you get an update or a different rule set or something. Today, a little bit more of a modern approach is it's a little bit more kind of it's a faster reaction. It's a reactive where we're waiting for something to happen and then we're reacting to it. So like for our best zero-day protection, that's kind of what we're seeing, is we're seeing, malware or something being triggered, and then we're just reacting to it before it gets even worse. Sandboxing is the same kind of idea. You just set that off in a sandbox instead and, wait to see what happens. The bigger problem with this is it's a twofold. It's if you don't react quickly and fast enough, or properly and fast enough, you're just kind of doing too little too late, right? But on the flip side, if you react too quickly and too harshly, you start to impact business and users. All right, so this is kind of where we are, how we got here, right? And this is the landscape that I'm coming from. So what do we do? What's the plan? What are we talking about here? So I'm not looking to solve any of these problems, just kind of talk about where they are, right? What we're talking about is fundamentally altering that playing field that they're coming from, right? The short answer is that we give the adversary everything they're looking for, right? And how do we know what they're looking for? Well, we're the hackers here. We know exactly what they're looking for. Right? But in more technical terms, they tell us exactly what they're looking for. Right? And they tell us because, if we think of a simple TCP connection, it's a SYN, SYNAC, and ACK. What's the next piece in that puzzle? It's coming from the client. It's coming from the attacker, and it's telling us what we're looking for. Right? And that ultimately determines the protocols and what's going on with that connection. Right? And at a really basic level, everything really is just network connections. Even the handshake itself, that initial SYN, SYNAC, and ACK, tells us a lot of what they're looking for, right? A SYN on port 22, you're looking for an SSH server, right? 80 and 443 is your web servers, file servers, DNS. That port tells us what they're looking for. All right, so what do? We give them everything they think they're looking for, right? We flood them with realistic and fake-looking services, but ultimately garbage data, right? We can just pretend to be a really bad drug pusher, right? If we don't got it, you don't want it. All right, so I'm like, okay, but how, right? So we're just gonna go, how do we do this? We go back to those basics. We can kind of frustrate and troll the adversaries. That's what we're looking for. A simple answer is that we forward or NAT all of our unused ports and services to essentially a honeypot, right? So if they're doing a port scan, we just give them all the ports, right? If they're doing a SYN on an SSH port, we give them an SSH server or an SSH shell, right? You want some emails, here's some emails. You want to send me some emails, I'll take it all, right? You want some files, here's some trash. Yeah, sorry, we're going back to that. All right, so this is where we really get into the deception. Right, so like the level 1, a real simple thing we can do is that we can forward all of our unused ports to like just this NC command. It's a port, simple, very, very basic port responder, and you can just forward that to a honeypot, and like there you go. There's a simple way to just respond to all ports. You can be fancy and set up a message of the day server, an ancient protocol that isn't used, but it still exists. Give them something. They're doing an nmap on port 17. Give them something. There's a project actually that does this at a very good level called port spoof. And then we can move that up a level. I've got a little telnet server running a little 9cat, right? Like you're looking for telnet, here's some telnet. You can set up some port, iPerf and iPerf3, those are network bandwidth speed test applications. You can just set up some basic speed tests. You're not actually trying to test legit speed, you're just trying to give them garbage. You can set up an SSH honeypot. There's a couple of projects to accept all emails. Right? And then just keep taking it up, right? Now we're talking about making some fake DNS, right? You just set up a fake DNS and respond to everything with bogus IPs. Couple that up with a bad web server where you accept all URLs and domains. Suddenly everything's just forwarded to garbage. File servers, just give them actual garbage data. Give them files, but with nothing in it, or just random data in it. Same with emails. You can even just keep taking that up. This is kind of where I'm trying to get to. We can do some like active redirection. Everyone who's done some capture the flags and bug bounties, everyone's seen this. We all hate it. We get the page not found, but it's an HTTP 200 code, right? So it just frustrated. So it's frustrating as a bug bounty hunter. Frustrate your attackers with the exact same thing. And the kind of list goes on. Fake data across multiple services, right? So you have a database with other financial documents that all match up, and you can start denying known password lists. It sounds like fun, right? But why would we want to do this? And this is where we get interesting, is why we're doing this. We're not just trolling the attackers. That is definitely a big inspiration. That's where I'm coming from. But I've got a proof of concept, and it's showing a decrease in attacks where you can get lots of attacks, and then we're just seeing port scans where you got multiple daily to weekly to monthly, and then just a decrease in pattern. IPS, IDS, all see that kind of repeating or downwards pattern until you get a new public IP where you get another spike again because it's a new public IP, but then the downwards it trends lower faster, and it keeps doing that until eventually you're like at a very low level. It gives the attacker, the blue team, a bit of breathing room in that it helps us eliminate noise connections from just attackers and bots. Kind of gets you, it seems to get you off of an active target list. So what we seem to see is, we see this kind of behavior where, multiple port scans all from a single or the same source IP. We see multiple port scans. We see them doing IPS alerts. We see them connect to SSH in a fake SSH shell where they try to exfiltrate some fake data. And then they do that a couple more times, and then they kind of stop until a new IP is assigned. right? So what we see is we see them. They're finding something that looks shiny. They're downloading what they think is some nice fancy goodies. They open it up and it's just a bunch of trash, and they wasted all this time to get nothing out of it. And they just, after repeated frustration of seeing this again and again, they're just, I'm not going to scan this IP anymore. Just get it off my list. All right, so for the sake of this conversation, there's two kinds of attackers that we're talking about. There's some highly motivated attackers and some opportunist attackers. Their motives and reasons and even their backing are kind of irrelevant. Nation states and individual lone hackers can fit into either category. It's really about how much effort that group or that is willing to put forth to get to their goal. So the highly motivated, these are like they got no limits. They're going to get their goal. We see this again and again that sufficiently resourced, there's nothing that's going to stop them. If they really, really want to get in, they're going to get in. And it happens again and again. We see it all over the news. There's an argument that there's nothing you can do to stop them because, regardless of what defenses you put in place, they're just going to find a way to bypass it. Which is kind of different from the opportunists, right? Where they very much have a limit on how much effort they're willing to put into something to get something out of it. And, it's got to be worth it to get out of it. They're looking for, low effort, high payout targets, right? We're talking about mass campaigns. They're really they're going after low-hanging fruit is what they're doing, right? They're basically just businesses, right? They're just looking for low-hanging fruit with a high ROI, right? Your return on investment. You just want to get a high payout. For these ones, there very much is a threshold on how much effort they're willing to put forth to, reach their goal, whatever that is. And this is where this is the bigger majority of the attacks is the mass campaigns. The highly targeted attacks are they're very niche. They're few and far between, and they're very, very targeted. And these mass campaigns are really the vast majority of what's hitting us. So now we're just trying to ease those out, right? So we're talking about, they're going after the low-hanging fruit. We're just going to raise our fruit a little bit. And we're going to put out some poison decoy fruit. And then long-term, we're just going to discourage them from hassling us and looking at this anymore. Right? We're increasing their cost of recon and analysis, right? Just by flooding them with data. Right? We're just getting them just above where, we're raising the barrier to entry. All right? So it's just too much trash for them to make sense of it. Right? So years ago I saw a video. This video kind of blew my mind because it was the same idea, but just a very different context. Because this is coming from Georges St. Pierre. He's a mixed martial arts artist. But he describes this idea, his different concept for martial arts, but it's very kind of relevant here. Of course, right?
Lynching.
Ooh, it's loud. Holy smokes. Sorry. Wow. Let's try that again. Sorry, bear with me.
Looking up. No, lynching. You want to load up the nervous system of your opponent by giving him different useless information to make him worry about. So I'm taking that big, so he's reacting and flinching of all the stuff I'm giving it to him. In reality, maybe I want to relax, I don't want to attack him, but I'm looking down, flinching. That's what I'm doing now is I'm loading up his nervous system, making him react. And by doing so, his reaction time will diminish. Because it's like a muscle. The more rep you do, the more the muscle will get tired. At one point, you're like, you can't lift as much weight. Same thing, the nervous system. The more I make you react, the more tired you become for your nervous system. Not physically, but it's a nervous system. The less performant you will become.
Yeah, so when I saw that, I'm like, holy geez, this is exactly what I'm talking about, but just in a more, real-time martial arts style, but that's kind of what we're talking about here, right? And this is maybe another way of thinking about it, right? Like, find Waldo, find the goodies in here. You're just flooding them with trash and hiding the good stuff. So a couple of real-world considerations on this, right? Because it sounds fancy, it sounds expensive, and all kinds of stuff. And actually, nah, it's really simple. My current POC is just like a little old desktop appliance. It's 2 cores, 2 gigs of RAM. Like, it's not anything fancy at all. It's all open source software, a few custom scripts, and you know, like you could set this up in a day or 2 or something. You know, you can just use an old decommissioned laptop. It's a piece of cake. Sorry, give me a sec. All right, so for the hardware, right, we want to presume that the hardware is going to get compromised, right? So we don't want to just set this up as a VM deep in your VM farm. And like, it sounds, I mean, it's tempting, right? Like, I could just set this up on a VM, piece of cake. We want to assume, right, we're sending all of our attackers there, so we need to assume that they're going to find some kind of jailbreak or VM bypass or exit, right? It might not be there, or it might not be a documented CVE, but we got to presume that they can do so. So we just kind of set up this hardware. It's got to be dedicated hardware up towards the internet, you know, as close to the source of the internet, your internet-facing firewall, and just set up some very strict firewall rules. You know, where you just set the device to anything. They're referred to as bogon networks. It's not just the regular internal RFC 1918. It's a few more extra networks that should not be present on the internet. So basically, you're setting up a DMZ, but not your actual DMZ. And you definitely want to set up some bandwidth and rate limiting, because I have some rate limiting at 56K per second. Just simulate an old dial-up modem kind of joke. And I'm still passing like 750 gigs a month of just telnet traffic at 56K a second. It's kind of weird, crazy. So this is kind of what we're talking about, right? We just want it right off of the network with no internal access, because we just want to presume it's going to get compromised. So I've had this compared to port knocking and setting something up like that. And there's a fancy description for port knocking, but basically it's just you don't expose your services until you get the special knock on a series of ports. This works if you're not offering services or publicly accessible services, right? So if you don't have a website, it's fine to set this up, because you don't have a website, you don't have anything happening out there. But the minute you have a publicly accessible service, like a website, your presence is known. You're there. You've got a website. It's there. Like, there's no denying that this IP is live. So what we're talking about is, I'm not talking about hiding our services and hiding them, but just like more of distraction, and you don't look over there at all this other fancier stuff. Right, so kind of port knocking would be, you know, something, you know, stealthy and unseen. You don't know what's going on, right? So kind of like a stealth bomber. But what we're talking about here is we're here, you know, we're doing a thing, right? We're not hiding, we're in plain sight, we're right here, you know, but this is just one of our methods on how we're gonna protect the thing we're doing. So it sounds a lot like a honeypot, and it kind of is. There's another fancy description of a honeypot. A honeypot's great for like adversary and intelligence gathering. You're trying to trick them into thinking something's there, and you want them to show your hand. You want them to show your hand, show you their hand, and, you know, spill the beans. You know, find out what all their fancy TTPs are. Right? And that's not quite what we're doing here, right? We don't want them. I don't care if they spill their beans, right? We're not trying to get that, but if you do, I'll take it. But we're trying to just distract you. Another thing that kind of plays into something similar is some canary tokens. Again, another fancy description. This is just basically, you know, a canary in the coal mine. When these activities go off, you have reason to suspect something malicious is going on. Right? It's kind of like some internal tripwires. Right? We expect that any files we put out on this thing are going to get used and opened, so we just want to be careful about setting up too many canary tokens, because then you're just going to flood yourself here with too much stuff. Right, so a different idea, right? Your canary tokens is like the internal tripwires around your safe. Honeypots, like the rat, the researcher looking at a rat in a maze. What we're talking about here is maybe a little more like a fun house, and just setting them all inside there. Or maybe it's a little more like the McAllister house if you're a fan of Home Alone. Thank you. So what about setting this up in the cloud? Don't, please don't do it. You have too little control on that public IP, right? Like costs can quickly get way out of control. Right? If you recall earlier, I made a mention about 750 gigs per month on a 56K per second connection. That is very literally multiple 24/7 connections. They are just on 24/7 for the entire month. Now imagine doing that at max speed. So now imagine some kind of connections to your cloud, max speed connection for 24/7, and just that. They're trying to just do a little bit of it's a low-key war of attrition. If they DDoS you and take you out, hey, that's great. If they ransomware you and take you out, hey, that's great. If they bankrupt you because of your cloud bill, hey, that's great. You're still offline. All right, so what's the plans? What's the future for this project of mine? I need to figure out how to better set it up. It's very, very manual right now. I've got all kinds of dreams and hopes and fancy stuff. How far I get along with it, I don't know, we'll see. But really, it's just that next, the setup. A minimum viable product is what someone said earlier. But what's the big picture here? Like, what are we really trying to accomplish? And big picture, I'd love to see this as mass deployment, and then everything kind of centrally logged. There's a treasure trove of threat intel in all those connections that I've got. I've gone through hundreds of gigs of logs on connection details. I've gotten dozens and dozens of files that virus total, and everybody says is benign, but it's definitely not. There's nobody putting benign files there. And you can use this data to start easily identifying bot and human activity. So my really serious next steps that I'm looking for is that deployable product, minimal viable product. I just heard that term yesterday, so I didn't get to put it in there. I don't know how to really set it up, but that's what I'm looking for, info. The next real big thing is I need to prove, I want to prove this theory. Right now, it's just a proof of concept. I've got it set up in my basement. It's a residential IP with sure, it's got a website, but I don't have thousands of users every day, right? So is that a real target? I don't know. Right, so that's what I'd like to do, get this out to a real target and see, do we see that same kind of decreasing trend in malicious activities? It's this crazy idea seeking a mature security program, because we definitely need to be mature and, definitely not in the cloud, please. All right, questions? Yeah, I wish I had a beam for that one. That's the funny thing, you don't. That's why you presume compromise at the very beginning, and then you set up those very strict firewall rules. So obviously we're trying to use secure stuff, we're trying to be smart about it, but you want to presume that that's what's going to happen, so you set it off in its own DMZ, so when it does happen, who cares? It can't reach anything. And then you just go back and blow it away, restart, and there you go.
Every time I started to have a question, your slide came up going, so let me explain this. Awesome presentation, thank you so much. I am a fan, so I'm a little biased, but my baby ethical hacker question is, have you looked at the other side of it? Have you figured out how to detect that it's the Fun House or the McAllister House, or is there a way so far that there's tells?
There's maybe a couple tells if you're really familiar with the honeypot services, Cowrie specific. There's a few tells that you can see there, but that's kind of part of the plan too. You want to make it as indistinguishable from real services as real services. And like my Telnet server is a perfect example. It's a genuine server. It's got genuine, there's something there, right? It's not a fake server. You can connect with Telnet and you get something. Like it's really there. So you make it indistinguishable from what's real. Anybody else? Oh.
It was just to know, in your research, did it give you insight on how to protect the real stuff? Like, because if you're giving these goodies, this fun house on port 22, for example, and then you do need a real SSH port, clearly it's going to have to be somewhere else. But I know, just insight maybe that you might have gathered.
Yeah, so that's part of what that's maybe the limitation of this, is you can only really do it with all of your unused ports. So everything else that's unused, right? So if you think your web server, right, does your web presence, an internet web presence, really have an SSH there? I mean, maybe it does, but if it doesn't, that's where we're forwarding this into the funhouse.
Hey. Have you looked at much how to keep it fresh so that attackers don't get, eventually they'll get
stale data, right? Yeah, there's different projects that can generate fake data, so you can just kind of script that. Spicy autocorrect, also called AI, might fit into that really nicely, right? Because you're using it to generate garbage. Like, hey, there you go.
Great, thank you.
Super good talk. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There we go. I'm not good at this either. So super good talk, man. Have you thought about leveraging, and this is something that just popped in my head, like a load balancer sort of style, where you could say, if this comes from a potential bad IP address based on known threat intel, that redirects to that could be a whole new redirect to the funhouse where it's like every service is fake. And then
absolutely.
Only if it's not there, then it could go into the good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can get that kind of configuration, but the downside of that is then now you're getting a further step into the network, right? So if we want to presume compromise, right? You can still maybe do it securely, and that's fine, right? But you just want to be careful about that. Questions? Anybody else? Another one?
Have you considered maybe using Nix to set up your project in the future? I see you've listed a lot of other things. I would assume you probably wouldn't want to use Docker because you said something about VMs and containers. I think Nix would fit pretty well.
Yeah, I've thought about that. I've looked at the Nix project. I think it's interesting. There's a lot of custom and specialized stuff going on. I just don't know how I would fit that in with Nix. Sorry, this guy, there's another one. We'll get to you afterwards.
All you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, cool.
You said something very interesting just toward the tail end of your talk, and I was wondering if you could elaborate on it briefly, and that was the ability to detect human behavior versus bot behavior.
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting stuff with that. The quick story I got for that is we can see some SSH connections where the connection is very quickly a command to download, wget, and it downloads a file. But then before the file's even finished downloading, we are already running the chmod command to make it executable. And then just after it finishes, we're finally trying to run it itself, but the timing is all off, and it's very kind of a robotic half second. But whereas for human activity, you see that it's typing on a keyboard, and you see letters, and you see backspaces. Yeah, follow up? Cool.
Is there any way to properly automate that, or is that human intervention to detect the bots always?
You can set up, it's definitely possible to set up scripts that simulate that human typing. So yeah, it's absolutely maybe still a bot, but I mean, you've put in the bot to put in backspaces. It just seems rather inefficient for, you know, that kind of mass scale. So, I mean, maybe it is, right? But it's that interesting telemetry that, you know, you gather it over time and like, oh, there's an interesting story to tell here.
Hey, thanks again. It was a really good presentation. My question was earlier you were saying you were collecting a lot of data on portals and sites and stuff like that that even VirusTotal were not saying as malicious. So I was curious, what are you doing with that data? Are you sharing it with them? Are you saying, hey, you should add this to your list or consider it?
Yeah, not much, I'll be honest. And that's part of where I'm trying to go with this project and this talk and presenting it to everybody. It's, you know, I have all of this data that, like, I don't know what to do with it, right? Like, I've thought of throwing it to VirusTotal, and I've done that and to limited degree of success. But, you know, when the file is a shell script, a bash script that just runs wget to download another file, how really malicious is that? So it gets to some interesting analysis. Sorry, which web portals?
You're saying these are connections from malicious sites that are showing up on lists as being malicious.
Oh, so it'd be just like IPs. So it'd be source IPs that if you throw them into gray noise, right, you can see that, oh, hey, this is a mass scanner that's known to mass scan the internet, or hey, no, this is one actually is not a mass scanner. Maybe this is something a little more interesting. And yeah, all that info, and it's just kind of sitting there. To be honest, I had to run a script to just cycle through and delete old data because it's just sitting there. It's filling my hard drive. Anybody else? Questions? Oh, we got one over here.
Have you considered including like a lot of garbage data at the end and then compressing it so you're just wasting attacker compute?
Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly like that's all in line, right? I don't have the specifics of working it. I've definitely thought of it. It'd be great.
I can share. You said one of your goals was to reduce the attacks over time because you just frustrate the attackers.
Yep.
Have you run this concept long enough to actually see that reduction in traffic?
Yeah, I've been running this it's been long term, it's been like 10 years. So, and I didn't realize it at the time, right? So I didn't make specific notes and I don't have specific, documented evidence kind of thing. But definitely, absolutely. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do here too, is get this out there and then get this to a real target who can maybe help start quantifying that, right? Like, I see this here in my proof of concept in my basement, right? Do you see this out in the real world?
Well, it's something being government of Canada, we're always under attack.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it'd be nice to just frustrate them in turn and just get them to quiet down a bit. Yeah, zip bombs, 100% zip bombs. That's what you want to, yeah, absolutely, yes. Anybody else? I think we're done. All right, we're done. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thanks so much. I'm gonna have the panelists and our moderator come join me on the stage, please, and then I'll just say a few opening remarks and make introductions. We have us all organized here. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to BSides. My name is Erica Coghill, and I'm here representing Women in Defense and Security, WIDS. I am on the executive committee. It's a volunteer executive committee, and my role on there is VP Community Relations, and I'm also the Director of Marketing and Communications for ADGA Group. It's a Canadian defense and security company that delivers cyber security and technical solutions to the Canadian Armed Forces, government, and industry. So sincere thanks to BSides and to Ottawa, and to Jared, of course, for inviting WIDS to produce this spotlight session today. For anyone unfamiliar with WIDS, we're a national volunteer organization dedicated to advancing and supporting women across Canada's defense and security ecosystem. Today's discussion explores resilience from a human perspective. We're fortunate enough to have an exceptional group of leaders here today that will share how community, inclusion, cross-sector collaboration play an essential role in building resilience. I'll just briefly say that one of the things that I've learned is that real inclusion isn't just about bringing someone to the table to be there just for the sake of being there. It's about understanding how they want to contribute, their strengths, their instincts, their creativity, and making space for that to meaningfully influence outcomes. So without further ado, I will introduce our moderator, Amy Yee. Some of you may know her already. She's Chief Digital Transformation Officer and SVP Ecosystems at C3SA, and she's host of the Wired for Change podcast. I recommend everybody download it, listen to it. It's excellent. Amy has spent her career leading complex organizational transformations across healthcare, critical infrastructure, and the public sector. A global speaker, board member, and recipient of multiple leadership awards, including 40 in their 40s, Amy brings a rare combination of strategic insight and human-centered leadership that makes her the perfect guide for today's conversation. Next to Amy, we have Kelly Bradshaw. Kelly is Senior Manager, Policing and Public Safety at Accenture, and she's also on the WIDS Executive Committee as VP Industry Relations. She brings over 26 years with the RCMP, where she held operational, investigative, and senior leadership roles across cybercrime, intelligence, financial crime, and international policing. She holds a master's degree in peace studies and conflict resolution and has led major safety, security, and modernization initiatives across public and private sectors. Next to Kelly is Amélie Degagne. She is team lead of enterprise security monitoring at Shared Services Canada. She has built a multifaceted career in federal technology spanning software development, robotic process automation, and cybersecurity. She is also the co-founder of Shared Service Canada's Women in Cyber, which is a community dedicated to elevating women across the federal cyber landscape. And she's also a recipient of WIDS 20 in their 20s recognition. Next is Dan Doran. He is Vice President, Business Development and Marketing at ADGA Group. He brings over 25 years of experience across the Canadian Armed Forces, academia, and private industry. His background spans engineering, human security and peace building, and strategic business leadership. He leads business development and innovative initiatives across defense, cyber, and secure digital systems, strengthening Canada's national security community. And finally, Ulrika Bargadalia, Strategic Global Technology, Business and Public Policy Executive, a multilingual, award-winning leader whose career spans 6 countries and more than 25 years. Ulrika has led national international portfolios in AI, cybersecurity, quantum, telecommunications, and digital economy policy. She's chaired multiple national councils, uniting more than 200 organizations, and has been recognized as a WXN Top 100 Most Powerful Women in Canada Hall of Famer and an RBC Top 25 Canadian Immigrant. So lots of accolades, lots of achievements up here on the stage. Amy, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Erica. Thanks so much, everyone, for the warm welcome. And I don't know if there's ever been like a 20 under 20 and a 40 under 40 and a 100 under 100, I'm going to say, and all on the same panel before, but it's a lot of numbers, and it's my honor and privilege to be here today with you, as also supporting BSides for sure, and who's enjoying like the BSides this year, last couple of days, yeah? Woo! So great to see you here, and what a great way to spend a Friday afternoon. So, as all of you in this crowd know, in cybersecurity, resilience is about more than just bouncing back. It's about the ability to anticipate, withstand, and adapt to threats while continuing to operate. That idea of operation under pressure is something that applies also to us as individuals, to our people, and to our communities. With that in mind, I'm going to ask our panelists, each of them, what resilience brings to mind for them and how community might have shaped that journey. I'll kick us off. So for me, resilience brings to mind a keynote I delivered in BC earlier this spring to a healthcare audience. My keynote was about shifting the framework or the framing of resilience from being just a cost center to something that delivers value and outcomes and has impact. And what would happen if we did that? What impact would that have on wait times in healthcare, on how we take care of people in our systems? One of the examples that I talked about was from Australia. In Australia, they have national programs that explicitly invest in community-led initiatives that build resilience. And the reason they do this is because due to climate disasters, floods, and fires, they've discovered that so much of their strength lies in the resilience of the community and in community-directed and community-led actions. Of course, we've seen some of that in Canada as well, and I'll say in Australia, the example was in Northern River, in the Northern River disaster that they had. It was neighbors with boats, it was community hubs who eventually rescued people, kept them fed, and even kept their community of care, continuity of care, when clinics no longer had access to their systems. In Canada, we have examples like in BC with the floods, Fort McMurray, and of course, the ice storm, where neighbors, faith communities, Indigenous guardians, advisors, volunteers all came together to really support at the end of the day. And that's what it means to me. It's about connection. It's about knowing that neighbor down the street has had a problem or an accident, and now there's someone alone at home taking care of their 3 young children, for example. It's about building on that connection and then building into that connection. And that's why I love this conversation today. It's about bringing people together and how we can have more impact with those connections that we build. Kelly, I'll turn it over to you.
I would say when I think about resilience, at the personal level, it's about showing up as your true self in the good times and the bad times, on the good days, bad days, and trusting your instincts. And also when, in times where things don't go exactly how you want them to go, or in times of failure, it's about being able to, show up, learn from your mistakes, right? That's how you grow, and making sure that as an individual in an organization, you don't repeat those mistakes again. You learn from them and you become better. I also think resilience for me too is about having people in your life, whether it's friends or family or folks at work that you trust, or people in a community outside of work, where you know that you can go and support each other, and you know that you have trusted allies that you feel safe bouncing ideas off of, or maybe having a cry on their shoulder when you need to. But it's about having that in place. So that's what resilience means to me.
That was interesting. I was also going to mention how my support system is really important for me. To be resilient, I first need to be able to regulate my emotions. So I often rely on my people to go to them and maybe just vent or look for advice. But in the context of my work in cybersecurity, often you don't have time to just make a call. So then I would go turn to gratitude of my support network, and maybe I would think of instances where I had some advice and just ground myself with those memory. And so there's one in particular, my first impression of WIDS actually was at the the award breakfast event, and the host, Kathy Priestman, came to us, the 20 in our 20s recipients, and she said, look around in the room, there were maybe 700-800 people there, and even more virtually. And she said, every single person in this room is there for you if you need to, but they're also rooting for you, and they want you to succeed. So when I have there are examples that comes to mind, but like last year, my director called me and he said, do you want to lead the recovery of a network that was targeted by a ransomware attack? I was like, sure, but then I thought of that instances where he came to me and was like, there are people behind you and they're for you, and that gave me the strength to not panic in that moment. And so, yeah. Emotional regulation is, for me, thinking about my community.
Okay, it works. Yeah, I think I don't really have a ton to add at this point because all the good answers have already been given. I'd suggest that resilience. There's already been discussion about sort of that individual component of being individually resilient. Learning from your mistakes, those kind of things, and then the collective resilience. And I think that's where you ultimately want to go as a leader or as a member of an organization. And for that to happen, though, that collective strength and collective resilience, to me, the only way to achieve that is through trust, right? Creating those communities of trust within your organization. If you imagine everybody on stage right now as a glass of water, and let's say everybody's glass is full except mine that's empty, but we don't have a little connecting tube between our glasses, well, everybody here is going to be fine except for me. But if there's that little connecting tube, or there's a trust relationship where everybody can pour a little bit of their own glass into mine, well, then collectively now we've achieved a degree of resilience that we didn't have before. We may have had it individually, but not collectively. Another piece, and this is more of a question because I don't have an answer to this, it's something that I've thought about certainly in the context of my military career, is that historically or traditionally, when we think about resilience, it's been associated with sort of toughness and these kinds of elements. And maybe there's a degree of truth to that, I don't know. But certainly, and Kelly can probably speak to this as well, is that this was always something that was really reinforced when we were going through training and when we lived through operations. And granted, when you're going through operations and you're going through training, you are building your community, you're building trust. You're often very young, you're looking for acceptance, you're working together as a team in high-stress environments. But the dark side, I find, of training and building resilience in that context, and then living and breathing that resilience you have when you're in a high-stress operation, is also trauma. And then there's like the $1 million question, and I ask this, I don't have an answer, is that, can you develop resilience without exposing the people that are going through that to a degree of trauma? Is there a correlation between the two? And then what's the upside and the downside? Because there are certainly downsides to prolonged experience to trauma that run counter to collective resilience. So I don't have an answer to that question, but it's something that I do think about.
Yeah, thank you. So Erika introduced me as somebody who has lived in 6 different countries, and for me, resilience, if I look at the journey, really meant to always start again anew and find a community in those countries. So I'm originally from Germany, which is very easy to identify. I don't, with the accent, hide it. And I wanted to joke actually and start off by saying I have originally from Germany, German education that makes you also resilient, because a lot of education, if you think about it in different cultures and countries, you are being educated to accept failure. Failure is something positive. You pick up the pieces and move on, and to be assertive. And it's okay to be assertive, but that's part of education. But going back to the 6 countries, so what I felt where the resilience came in the community was, and I go back to my about 20 years ago when I immigrated to Canada, to Nova Scotia, actually Halifax, to find a community that supports you as a newcomer, and to find a community also that supports you with your career plans and profession, and not to have to start all over again from scratch. And it was the immigrant community, but then I very quickly realized if immigrants only talk to immigrants, we are staying within our own community and don't go beyond this. And as I come from a history and career in tech, where it was always very male-dominated, and I never felt, for me, as I used to be the only girl on a boys' soccer team, I never felt it was something too difficult to deal with. But on the other hand, taking that immigrant example, you also need, when I was looking at women communities and women in tech, I said, no, we need actually everybody in tech. And so for me, resilience is to go through all these stages, adapt very quickly, and look beyond the groups that you define as a closed community, but a larger community, because that's where I think the inclusion and equity also comes into play. So that's basically how I see resilience and community connected. And of course, it's a topic to be said much more about it, but thank you.
It is, and thanks so much for that. And so there's lots to talk about, as we can see here, and we certainly won't get it through it all. And I'm sure that there are lots of thoughts that you have out there in the audience as well, your own experiences with community and resilience. And resilience happens when everyone participates, and we've got everyone's skill sets and lived experiences all contributing to being prepared and then also responding and adapting. So I would encourage you to just see this as the beginning of a conversation or perhaps a continuance of a conversation you're already having. And I won't be able to ask every participant on every question, but I do hope that you see yourselves as part of this discussion as well and share back with us or reach out to our panelists after the panel today. So I'm going to ask a few questions about resilience from an organizational and systemic kind of standpoint, and then follow up with some questions more from a personal resilience perspective, and then we'll wrap it up in the next half hour or so. All right, thanks so much. So I'm going to start with systemic and organizational resilience and thinking about collaboration across sectors. And collaboration is something that we talked about, we've been talking about throughout the conference. You heard it from Lina Dabit, our keynote this morning as well, in terms of what real collaboration is and breaking down silos between public sector, private, academia, and grassroots as well. I'm going to ask, have you seen collaboration directly strengthen the resilience in your workplace or organization? And this one is going to go to Kelly and then to Dan.
Okay, thanks for the question. I think, so when I think about my career in the RCMP, I think about teamwork. It's about teamwork, but it's not only about teamwork who's in the uniform, right? We work with civilian members, public servants. We work with other police departments, whether it's like locally or provincially or nationally. We work with international partners. We also worked closely with the security sector as well, right? So deconfliction with some other agencies in Canada. And so when I think about my work and being resilient and achieving results, it was about teamwork. Like, we can't do it by ourselves, we're better together. And so I think if I was to give, what I think help there is it's about relationships. It's not just working together to achieve a goal. It's about getting to know the people that you work with and establishing trust. I think I've heard trust a couple times already, but relationships are so key in everything that we do, and it's about understanding each other. You might not like everyone that you work with, but people bring different, I think, skills, different capabilities to the table, and it's learning how to work together to achieve the common objective and to be resilient to the threats, the crime, the cyber attacks. It's about collaboration. It can't be done individually. It's not about the I, it's about the we. That's all I have to say about that.
Thanks, Kelly. Dan?
Yeah, I think, it's funny. The question that was asked is do you have you seen collaboration directly strengthen resilience in your work organization? So I think Kelly fully answered that one. I'm going to go on the other side. I'm going to talk about some of the challenges maybe that inhibit or prevent that development of resilience. And I think the defense sector, interestingly, is a fascinating case study that we are all collectively going to live over the next years with respect to where that's going to go. I wish the stakes weren't so high, but this is the world we are living in now. But realistically now, and I'm not saying anything that you haven't probably read in the paper, is that there is a trust deficit within the defense sector between industry, the government and the public with respect to who's doing what, who's responsible for what, how are we moving things forward. And if we're going to be successful in transforming the Canadian forces like the Prime Minister wants to do, I think it's the big hurdle, the big cultural hurdle that we are going to have to overcome in order to have one of the outcomes be a greater resilience from a national perspective in the context of national defense, is that trust piece, is building trust, of getting through that trust deficit. And Kelly nailed it on the head when she said it comes down to relationships, because the government has a bad habit of doing two things when things are difficult or going wrong. Is they stand up a new department to deal with whatever the new problem is, or they develop a whole bunch of new processes or regulations to try and mitigate or address some issue. When in reality, a lot of those things can just be addressed by two people that trust each other and that are in the right positions, having a conversation and saying, look, what's really going on here? How do we address this? And how can we do it efficiently? Because what policies really do is they are a documented manifestation of an absence of trust. It's like, I mean, that's what a contract is, right? It's, here are the terms and conditions of how we want to do business. But if I'm lending my lawnmower to Kelly, I'm not asking her to sign a contract because I trust that Kelly's going to mow her lawn and then she's going to give me my lawnmower back, right? Now, I'm not suggesting that's how we buy F-35s, but there's a middle ground, right? Where if we can build those trust relationships, if we can then achieve a greater degree of collaboration, that will then inherently create a more resilient defense sector within all components, whether it's the general public's trust in government and industry, industry's trust in government, and government's trust in industry.
Thanks so much, Dan. Trust is such an important thing. I'm going to ask an ad hoc question here, and I do talk about trust a lot on my podcast.
You're not allowed to go off script.
Shameless plug. I'm going off script. What do you think about the idea that trust is hard to build and easy to lose, and that idea that over time, because you alluded to time being kind of a factor here, and that deficit of trust are the words that you used. Any thoughts on whether or not that's true, and is that part of the challenge?
Kelly, do you want to start, or was this directly? Or
Either one of you can answer, or anyone can answer on this.
I got a quick answer. I don't know. Maybe it's a hot take. I find, as someone in their late 40s, that my threshold of trust has declined with age. When I was 18 and just joined the military, if I met another 18-year-old that I served with and we had the same initials, I was like, I trust you. So the threshold was, hey, we're both in uniform, we're running around and we smell bad. Great, let's be friends. And then those, interestingly enough, and I think this does come with age, when you're young and you're seeking inclusion and acceptance and want to be one of the group, especially if you choose to wear a uniform, you're primed for that, right, at that age. And I think that, and those trust relationships that are built between that, let's say, ages 18 to 25, for people that haven't served, it tends to be university, right? Frosh Week and all that stuff, living in res together, all those things. You develop these trust relationships and you carry them with you. But as you get older, there's no Frosh Week for 45-year-olds, right? That's just called high-functioning alcoholism. So, those environments don't exist anymore. And at the same time, you're not in a point of your life where those things necessarily resonate. So I think trust is hard to grow, and I think it becomes harder with people at senior leadership positions because of their age, their experience, their trauma, that have undercut their ability to just trust somebody. And I think that's a human nature, component that, again, is going to be really challenging to overcome.
And I'll just be really quick. I think trust is not a one and done, right? It's an investment of time, it's a commitment, and it takes effort. And I think as I get older, for someone who's beyond 40s, I think a little wiser where I choose to focus my time and my energy and my efforts in that trust.
Thanks, Kelly. Thanks, Dan. Thanks for indulging me. Trust. I'm going to move on to our next question, which is about adaptability under pressure. The defense and security landscape changes, all the time, from cyber threats to global instability. What are some effective practices or tactics you have seen that help cultivate teams and cultures that adapt quickly without burning out? Because that can be kind of an endless churn of having to adapt. So what are some practices, some practical things that you've seen that work in helping to do that? And I'm going to start with Ulrike.
Yeah, thanks. I actually wanted to add one more thing to the trust question. I agree with everybody. As with age, it really changes a lot. And there's something else. It's also when you are being asked to provide a signature or to accept certain terms and conditions, whether it's online or, and you see that a lot of younger people haven't yet developed maybe also the knowledge that there could be something hidden behind that acceptance button and providing your signature. So it's always like a shout out also to all of the social media enthusiasts, just be careful, right? And so we developed that. In terms of organizational resilience, I always felt that it's best built when you internally communicate well and openly and regularly, so everybody's on the same page and nobody feels out of the loop. Particularly with respect to cybersecurity, also how you build resilience, it is really cyber hygiene across teams, across departments, for everybody, and in particular in organizations who are usually not as familiar with what cyber preparedness means and who often have told me, why would anybody come my way? I'm a small non-for-profit or I'm an SME. And nobody would ever be interested in my data or in my product and so forth. And so I've been working actually throughout my career with these kinds of organizations to ensure that they understand no matter your size or where you're located or your product, you all basically can become and fall victim. And again, so communicating from those who know about it and have learned about it, build the resilience for these organizations. They need a lot of help, I think, but also within organizations that you have regular cyber training for all the team members, which I find doesn't happen often enough in terms of the regularity that it's being applied. And I would even think that cyber training should be mandatory for organizations to build that resilience and build it into people's performance reviews and say, if you haven't taken this training, and once a year isn't good enough. I mean, that's really, I think it should be happening quarterly, and people should be held accountable and responsible. And lastly, it has to come from the top up, but not only the C-level, the board of directors need to be as well. There has to be buy-in, they need to be informed, and they need to be cyber smart and be educated and prepared.
All right. Enthusiasm for that preparedness that you're talking about. Thank you. Amélie.
Yeah, so one strategy that I use in my team is really investing during slower cycles. So we never slack off in my team. And I found that we have benefited so much already. The service, the operations have matured. We have had some periods, just for more context before. So we do enterprise security monitoring, focusing on insider threats. We also have threat detection engineering capabilities within my team, but we have like a more, you could say, a certain pace we have with our constant operations, but then in addition to that, we also have things that happen, maybe onboarding of a new system to our service. So that's where the threat detection engineering activities will ramp up, and then we have to deliver fast, so the pace is faster. But during those slower times, we really take time to improve our processes, our documentation. We put in place new visualization, maybe for our analysts, some more correlation that will reduce the investigation time, and that's where we really see the benefit after that, when we have to be fast we have to operate at a faster pace. And just last week, we've welcomed a new team member. He has a lot of experience, over 18 years in that field. and he's working in public, private sector, and he's been telling us how we're the most well-organized team, and we have the best documentation he has ever seen. So that's a comment that I will keep close to my heart.
Thank you, Amélie. Kelly?
I'll try to be quick here. But for me, I love a good crisis. Like when you know what's hitting the fan, that's when I perk up, and it's when I'm at my best. Otherwise, I'm a little bit of a procrastinator. But, but I know not everyone is like that. But as an example, I think leadership can set the tone on how to be like under pressure, how to lead the team, so that it's so important under pressure to know your team, to make sure that people have good training, because muscle memory and like your instincts come into play under pressure. Also, it's about good communication. I can't think of one thing that I did in my policing career, or even now in my career with Accenture. It's about having open communication. It's about meeting with the group and having the group communication. So understanding where the group's at, it's having that, taking the time one-on-one to have conversations with people, and knowing like some people's resilience or level of tolerance of certain things, sometimes they need a break. It's okay. It doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're strong because you notice it and you need a break. But it's really about, I think there's a lot of, it's on the leaders to make sure you're setting the tone for your team. You know your team, you know them collectively and you know them individually, and you set them up for success. And just remembering not everyone loves a good crisis and is firing on all cylinders when you know what's hitting the fan.
That's right. There is some diversity there for sure. And I love your point about leaders modeling behaviors. That's really important to make it a safe space for those behaviors that you want to see. So that's great. Thank you. I'm going to ask a question about where the system comes from, right? When you're building the system, and I don't mean just a technical system, building system, having representation, inclusion, how can organizations ensure that diverse voices are not just included, but really at the table if they want to be in building resilient systems? I'm going to ask Dan to start with this one.
So I'll start with, I'm going to be a little esoteric here for a second. I want to, if anybody ever went to CEGEP here, then you may have studied Plato's Republic, and you might have studied the allegory of the cave, where Plato describes a group of wise men that are looking at a wall in a cave, and they're looking at the shadows at the cave of what's going on outside the cave. They can't see what's going on outside the cave, they can just see the shadows. And their whole view of reality, or perception of reality, is predicated on the shadows that they're seeing on the wall. And then one of the wise men leaves the cave, goes and sees what the real world is like, comes back to the cave, tells the other guys that stayed in the cave, and they throw rocks at him and say, "Get out of here. What you're talking about is farcical. It's not real. What we're looking at is real. We've spent our whole lives looking at this. We are experts at this. Get out of here with your crazy ideas. Go sell crazy somewhere else." And I think that speaks to one of the huge challenges in building resilient organizations and building systems and structures, is that often people that are institutionalized, people that have grown up in an organization and become, an expert or a seasoned senior leader within that organization, well, they're living in a cave, right? They may think that they know what they know, but they don't, how's the word? They don't listen with the intent to be changed, if that makes sense. And I think that to me is the biggest element of creating representation. But then, I'm going to sound like a broken record, it goes back to trust, right? And I can use a very specific example. Erica, who is the director of marketing at ADGA. I've known Erica for a number of years, and over those years we've developed a trust relationship. And when we started working together, I had a lot of questions to ask her about marketing, about comms, about WIDs, about all these things. And in some cases, they were questions that I had prior to having Erica with our team did not have a trust relationship with anyone to the degree to be able to have these exchanges. And Erica got me out of my cave. I got Erica out of her cave, and we went and looked at each other's wall shadows, and we were able to come away wiser from it. But it goes back to that listening with the intent to be changed, as opposed to defending your own perspective as the absolute truth. So that to me would be that piece of getting towards inclusion and representation, of really, quoting Donald Rumsfeld, is like trying deeply to understand the unknown unknowns.
Really well put. That has to be a conscious mindset shift for some people, for sure. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Yeah. I'm going to move on to some questions about personal resilience at this point. A question about mentorship and allies. Mentorship can play a big role in.
I think you skipped me for the
I'm doing that in terms of time. Sorry.
I had some great ideas. Okay.
You can save it till the end. I'll try to give you some time. Okay. Mentorship and allies. So mentorship can play a big role in how we navigate, of course, navigating change and uncertainty. Has a mentor or ally helped you to build resilience at a key point in your career? And I'm going to go to Emily and Kelly on that one. Emily?
Yes, of course. So I have an amazing mentor I met 2 years ago at a conference, actually. She's, for context, the CIO of a Crown corporation. And we were chatting with some of her peers, and I could see she was the younger one there, and I could see how much her insights were great, and other people were looking at her and asking for her opinion most times. And then I was just looking at her probably with stars in my eyes, thinking like, can I be you when I grow up? And then I asked her to be my mentor. She agreed. And for me, my mentor, what she has achieved is really, and it comes back to a metaphor I heard recently. It's a chained elephant. So when elephants are young, trainers would tie them with a chain to a stake in the ground, and they try to get free. They're not strong enough. As they grow, they don't even try anymore to get free, just because they think they wouldn't be able to do it. So it comes back to limiting beliefs, and sometimes you don't realize yourself what you're capable of doing or how you can achieve your true potential. So my mentor, she hasn't broken the chains for me, but she told me like, you can do it, and I think sometimes that's all it takes.
Thank you. Kelly?
I'll be quick. So I wouldn't have been able to get where I got to in the RCMP without people who supported me and believed in me. Especially, I was saying when we all met that I wish I knew then like what I know now, and also I know that's often said, but like just having the confidence that I have now. When I was in my 20s, it would have been amazing, but I mean, that's the way we grow. But definitely, the formal, I do believe in formal mentorship for sure, but I think I had a lot of informal, more like sponsorship along the way, which really helped me believe in myself when maybe I didn't believe I could do it or didn't feel ready. I felt supported in things. I think that was so important. And something that I'm really enjoying now in this phase of my life and where I'm at in my second career is I am so enjoying informally mentoring other men and women who are, in their mid-30s, going for their career hard, and just offering words of guidance, advice when they ask. But just being kind of that lived experience and just trying to impart some of the maybe mistakes I made or things that I wish I would have considered when I was making, choices in my career. So I'm really enjoying that. It actually fills my cup to be able to see other people succeed and achieve what they want to achieve in their careers.
I can see just from your expression how excited you are about it. Ulrike, I'm going to come back to you on the system building and inclusion, and as well, if you have any comments on mentorship, ask you at this point as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Quickly, so 2 things on systems. I wanted to look at them from an HR perspective and then a technical or technological perspective. Systems within an organization are, for example, you have your HR handbook, your employee handbook, and your policies. That's great, it's written, it's a certain system you follow and a process, but you never implement anything. So the policies are great on paper, but if they're not being implemented in terms of an inclusive and equitable lens, I always had that policy handbook. I mean, you can really park it in the shelf. So that's the internal system where I really think that things need to change in some organizations. And from a technological perspective, a system is only as good, I feel, as the inclusion of the end user early on, because whatever systems or products and features and services we provide, we need to keep the end user and a very diverse audience as well in mind, because those will be our users. And so that's what I wanted to mention about systems, that it's often we talk about systemic changes and they need to be really applied, whether it's in the HR and human factor and also technological factor. And when you do, when you code, we often talk about bias in algorithms. So that system needs to be as well addressed. Mentorship, I just quickly add, apart from mentorship, I think sponsorship is very important. So because while I mentored as well and was mentored, in addition to this, many people in my life and was mentored, men and women alike, I always felt the sponsorship is really what got me further. Somebody saying, I offer you this new opportunity, I put you onto this board, board, and would you like to be part of this committee? So you were visible, your voice was heard, and you weren't only mentored, but you were really given the next step. And I think this is really an opportunity where we should be next and thinking about it. And I might not be a very popular comment, I still make it, that most of my sponsors were actually men, not women. Therefore, that's to my earlier comment, when you look at communities, you need to look beyond the community that you find yourself in. And it should be diverse and multicultural and anybody, basically. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that comment quite a lot. It's popular here. I think we're okay with that. Thank you. And I liked your point also about including diverse users. And sometimes it's not just users; it's people who might be impacted by a system as well, so that you can avoid unintended consequences and those sorts of things also. So great points. Thank you. So staying grounded. So sometimes it's interesting to hear how leaders personally stay grounded during moments of needing resilience. When the pressure is high, are there any practices or mindsets that you might share with the audience that you personally use to stay grounded and to lead effectively? Anyone can answer this one.
Breathe.
Breathe.
Breathing is really important. Really taking a few moments to take a few deep breaths before you react to something, very helpful.
That's true.
Or walk around the block.
Thank you.
I heard once that you can trick your brain to think that your stress or your anxiety is actually like excitement. So if it's not true, don't tell me, because it's probably a placebo effect. But it really works for me, so yeah, I'd say that.
This is going to sound super cliche, but whatever. The Army's full of cliches, I guess. But is trust your people and don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Right? The 80% solution on time is better than the 100% solution late or not at all.
Yeah, I always think when the pressure is high, don't panic, slow down. Because this is also, as we know from a lot of cyber incidents, when we panic, we click that button or attachment, and we do actually a lot of mistakes. So I often feel it goes a little with the breathing, that just slow down. And I often said to the teams I was working in, as I worked in tech and digital economies and policies all my life, we're not doing heart or brain surgery. We're just doing digital. However, I mean, it's really coming back to the point to really slow down and just assess the situation. I mean, panic gets us nowhere, and so therefore the breathing, the tricking the brain, and what you as well mentioned, Dan, and just slow down and take a moment.
Great, excellent tips. Okay, so last question. I'm just going to ask for one takeaway from each of you for the audience. I'm going to start with Ulrike at the end. Just one takeaway, if you could leave the audience with one action or mindset that strengthens resilience through community in your own world, what would it be?
It is for me, also get out of your comfort zone in terms of building resilience. And what I mean by this is as well, when you go into different communities, approach different communities you haven't been in contact with. And this is, again, how you build larger communities and also your own resilience. And you do learn a lot and grow a lot through that experience.
Thank you.
I would say certainly if you're a team leader, and this is hard for the reasons I mentioned before, start with trust. Don't see trust, at least, again, tricking your brain. Don't start with trust having to be earned with your team. Start at a place of 100% trust. And then let your team determine where that goes from that start point. I've found, and again, it's tricking the brain because, again, we don't have that natural habit. I found that in doing that, you save yourself a lot of agony because 99% of the people you're going to work with are completely and totally trustworthy, and they will work their butt off for you, especially if they sense that you trust them out of the starting gate.
I would say find your people. We're social beings, so I don't really see how we can truly be resilient if we don't have a support system. I don't encounter many 27-year-old women like me that are francophone and team lead and in my field and things like that. So I joined WIDS. I have a cybersecurity group, and yeah, just find your people, look for them.
Yeah, and on that vein, I would say just join a group outside of work and get to know people from other walks of life or other types of work. It's amazing, it's about relationships and networking, and I think you'll be surprised what doors that opens for you or for others around you. So join a group.
Thanks, Kelly. I would say, I guess I'm an engineer, so I like to measure things. And sometimes if you shift your perspective to looking at community and to resilience as a capability and measure it that way, then that can help sort of drive change in organizations as well. One example that I've used before is within healthcare, thinking about instead of just measuring the number of overtime hours logged, measure the number of people who are cross-trained in different areas from an organizational perspective. So thank you so much. I think we're out of time. I don't know that there's time for Q&A, but I really appreciate everyone's attention on a Friday afternoon, and thank you to the wonderful panelists and to Erica and to WIDS. Thank you.
So, hi everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Olivia Galucci, and I'm a security engineer at Datadog, which is a security and observability company based in New York City. Today, I'm going to be talking about cross-platform exploitation, specifically about how operating systems architecture shapes binary exploits. I created this presentation because I realized around a year ago, actually, that a lot of the struggles I had with transferring my skills from one OS to another, mainly Linux to macOS, I know nothing about Windows, came from subpar understandings of the topics that we're about to discuss today. Mainly the System 5 ABI, POSIX, the Unix philosophy, and BSD. Now, let's start with an element that underpins a lot of binary exploitation techniques, which is the System 5 Application Binary Interface, or ABI. The System 5 ABI defines an interface between application programs and the operating system. This specification dictates how different components like the processor, the operating system, and the compiled code interact. It governs essential processes such as function calls, argument passing, and how the stack is managed during program execution. Exploits often hinge on our ability to manipulate the stack, registers, and control flow, precisely the areas governed by this interface. So a weak understanding of the ABI led to a weak understanding of what I needed to accomplish as an attacker. One of the key roles of the ABI is to standardize how function calls are handled across compilers and architectures. For example, it specifies which registers are used for passing arguments to a function, where the return value is stored, and how the stack should be cleaned up after the function completes. When crafting an exploit, having this knowledge allows us to predict where values will be stored in memory and how we can manipulate that execution flow. To illustrate how the System 5 ABI works, let's consider a function call in assembly. In this example, you'll see how the ABI dictates registers and where they're used for arguments, and how the function's return value is handled. By exploiting vulnerabilities in this function call process, like buffer overflows, we can influence control flow and ultimately gain control over the execution of a program. Given how central the ABI is to binary exploitation, investing time into understanding what this is a must in my opinion. Now that we have a foundational understanding of the System 5 ABI, let's move on to a key aspect of its operation, stack management. First, let's discuss the stack itself. The stack is a region of memory used to store function-specific information, such as local variables and return addresses, which indicates where execution should continue after a function completes. It also holds function arguments that don't fit into registers, depending on the calling convention. And then understanding how the stack is handled under the ABI is important, especially when it comes to managing local variables, return addresses, and function arguments, all of which are essential in binary exploitation. The two registers I needed to learn about were the stack pointer, or RSP, and the base pointer, or RBP. Also, RSP and RBP differ based on which architecture you're using. The RSP points to the top of the stack and is constantly changing as data is pushed onto or popped off the stack. The RBP, also known as the frame pointer, serves as a fixed reference point within the stack, helping to locate function parameters and local variables relative to that current stack frame. Understanding how the stack is then organized gives us insights into where return addresses and function arguments are stored. As a result, understanding stack management was imperative to me, since my goals often revolve around manipulating the stack structure to overwrite return addresses or control the flow of execution. Now, let's shift our focus to the role of POSIX standards in binary exploitation. So POSIX, or the Portable Operating System Interface, defines a set of standards that aim to maintain compatibility between Unix-like operating systems. This allows applications to interact with the underlying OS in a consistent and predictable way, which is incredibly important for developing and porting exploits across platforms. One of the key advantages of POSIX is the cross-platform portability it enables. Since many OSs are POSIX compliant, an exploit developed for one system might be adapted with minimal changes for another. For example, system calls such as file I/O operations are standardized under POSIX, which means an exploit leveraging these system calls on one platform might be easier translated to another. To illustrate this, let's consider file I/O operations used in POSIX compliant systems. These system calls would be like things like open, read, or write. These system calls work the same way across all POSIX compliant systems, providing a consistent interface for interacting with files. This allows us to craft file-based exploits that work with limited modifications across different platforms, maximizing the effectiveness of our exploit and the knowledge that we currently have. Additionally, POSIX governs threading and signal handling, both of which are important when it comes to exploitation. Threads introduce new attack vectors, such as race conditions, where we can exploit the timing between threads to corrupt memory or influence program behavior. Similarly, signal handling, such as the way an OS manages interrupts, can be leveraged to manipulate a program's flow or trigger specific actions under certain conditions. I wrote a whole article on this, which you can find on my blog if you're interested in these types of attacks specifically. So by understanding POSIX standards and how they influence system behavior, I was able to learn how exploits I made for one OS might transfer over to another and recognize the patterns of when something involving POSIX transferability might apply. Now let's examine how the Unix philosophy can streamline operations through patterns that we can potentially exploit. One of the core principles of Unix is its modular design. In Unix-like systems, small single-purpose tools are designed to perform one task well, and these tools can be combined or chained through mechanisms like pipes. This modular approach often offers flexibility to build complex workflows by chaining together these simple commands. However, this introduces opportunities for exploitation, particularly when user input is passed between commands. Thus, this modularity can then be helpful for binary exploitation. Many binaries in Unix systems rely on external programs or libraries to perform tasks, meaning that if we can control or influence these interactions, we may be able to hijack that process. So consider how user input is passed into system utilities within a binary. If that input isn't properly sanitized, we can craft inputs to manipulate the underlying system calls, potentially leading to vulnerabilities like buffer overflows or command injection. A great example, and very old example of this, was shell shock, which exploited how Unix systems use the bash shell, allowing us to inject malicious commands via environment variables. Here, bash had a flaw where it would execute malicious commands contained in environment variables since the input wasn't properly sanitized. Instead of corrupting memory, we manipulate the environment variable to inject malicious commands. When bash executes these variables, it inadvertently runs the injected commands, enabling remote code execution. While shell shock is not a classic example of memory corruption like buffer overflows or heap corruption, it's still a form of binary exploitation through command injection. This is exacerbated by the predictable behavior of Unix systems. The same features that make them powerful and modular also provide us with the patterns that we need to transfer exploits. My last topic is the Berkeley Software Distribution, or BSD, and its influence on shaping architecture and how we think about memory management within binary exploitation. BSD implemented features like virtual memory, copy on write, and memory mapped files, all of which have a direct impact on how applications interact with system memory, and by extension, how we approach exploiting these systems. Now, I'm going to cover each of these things, virtual memory, copy on write, and memory mapped files, in some depth, and then how it relates to BSD and architecture before continuing in a broader sense. Unfortunately, this is going to be a rather long detour, but I think these concepts are important into understanding how deep differences can go in some areas, as well as finding out where behaviors overlap in architectures. To start off with the BSD traits I previously listed, virtual memory is a hardware-software abstraction that gives processes the illusion of a large contiguous address space, isolating them from each other and from physical memory details. The OS maps each process's virtual addresses to physical RAM or disk-back swaps, which are on disk spaces that are used to hold inactive memory pages when RAM fills up. And then it maps these processes' virtual addresses via an MMU and page tables. For reference, an MMU, or memory management unit, is a hardware component that translates CPU-generated virtual addresses into physical memory addresses using page tables. And then page tables are the data structures that the OS uses, or that the OS and the MMU uses, to map each virtual page number to its physical address frame, and then inverse per page access permissions. This lets the program run as if they had more memory than physically present through a process called paging. This paging also enforces protection and isolation, meaning each process only sees its own memory. In security terms, virtual memory provides memory isolation, aka preventing one process from reading another's pages. It also provides controlled sharing, for example, through shared mappings or copy on write. It's kind of like a bank of safety deposit boxes. Each customer gets a locked box that only they can open, so nobody else can peek at their valuables. Memory isolation essentially keeps these processes' data just as securely partitioned. And in this diagram, you can see how an MMU takes a virtual address split into a base page and an offset, and then replaces the base page with a physical frame number from a relocation register, and then adds that offset to the final physical address. Notably, these virtual memory implementations will vary by architecture. x86 adds segmentation and uses multi-level page tables with canonical addresses. ARM uses TDBR registers with different page sizes and TLB behaviors. Thus, exploit techniques like address calculations, TLB flushes, and smuggled faults must adapt to each ISA's virtual memory scheme. So let's look at a BSD example of this. FreeBSD's virtual memory drives everything through explicit VM object and VM page structures. It sorts pages and optimizes that CPU cache locally, and then shares that same unified buffer cache for both anonymous and file-backed data. NetBSD and OpenBSD's UVM, which is essentially just a different type of BSD virtual memory, also builds on virtual memory objects, but leans into higher level sharing features. Things like zero copy page loanout, whole region map entry passing, and a simplified Mac style copy on write layer, rather than FreeBSD's cache tuning focus. So if you could imagine your operating system's memory as like a big library of books that these programs check out and return, you can think of like the library books representing physical RAM pages, where both FreeBSD and Net/OpenBSD organize and share these books using virtual objects, but then they tune or extend their system, aka their library, in different ways. Knowing how virtual memory works, so how the MMU and page tables enforce per process isolation, permissions, ASLR, and CAL, which are all things we'll cover later, lets us try to predict or manipulate these address layouts, bypass no execute bits, or craft read/writes like ROP chains and heap sprays and all of that will subvert these protections. Now, there's other areas with just as much complexity surrounding architecture differences at virtual memory. For example, copy on write, or CAL, is a technique where initially shared pages are only duplicated when a write occurs. In OS terms, CAL lets the kernel postpone copying memory until needed. Here you can think of two roommates sharing a single cookbook. Each can read any recipe page freely, but neither is allowed to jot on that original book. The moment that one of them wants to jot a note or tweak a recipe, they have to make a personal copy. Like they'll take a picture or a photocopy of that page and then write only on their copy. This leaves that roommate's copies, if they have any, and that original cookbook unchanged. And then no extra copies are needed until someone actually needs to edit something or change something. It's left alone otherwise. A classic use of this copy on write is fork. This diagram illustrates the typical Unix process lifecycle around fork. A parent process A calls fork to create child B, which may exec a new program and then exit and become a zombie until the parent calls wait to reap it and clean up the process table. It also shows the delivery of a SIG, or a signal child, to the parent when that child exits. For reference, a SIG child is the POSIX signal, remember POSIX, that delivers to a parent process whenever one of its child processes stops, terminates, or resumes after being stopped. In general, with fork, the child and parent initially share the same memory pages marked as read-only, and then on a write fault, which is the type of fault that occurs when a program tries to write to a page with the read-only permissions, the kernel will then cache it, allocate a new page, copies the data, and then let that process continue. This avoids the costly immediate copy on fork if the pages are never modified. In this situation, these immediate copies are costly because it duplicates the entire parent process address space up front, copying like every single page regardless of whether or not it's being modified. And this it just incurs a lot of unnecessary time and then memory overhead, right? So if we take a look at this from a security standpoint, CAL ensures that after a fork, a change in one process's virtual memory does not affect the other, because the kernel breaks that sharing on write. And as you can see here, after a fork, both the parent and child point their code, read-only data, and heap pages at the same physical frames. Only when one process writes to the heap does the kernel allocate a new copy of that frame for it, leaving the other process still referencing that original frame. And essentially what this does, this illustrates the essence of copy on write, which is share until write, then copy. Now, you're probably like, Olivia, oh my God, like what does this have to do with architecture exploitation? Well, CAL causes any write to a shared page to fault and be duplicated, which is a behavior that is consistent across platforms. By knowing how each CPU marks and traps cow pages, so x86 write protect bit versus ARM's page permissions, we can try to predictably induce page faults and then leverage them for read, write, and leakage attacks on both x86 and ARM. Lastly, we have memory mapped files. So a memory mapped file is a region of a process's virtual address space that corresponds directly to a file or a file like a resource. And then after using mmap, the process can read and write that mapped region as if it was virtual memory. The underlying page then faults and will load and store that data to a file. You can think of these memory mapped files like laying a clear plastic sheet over a page in a book. A read would then be like seeing, like you can just see text if you have a clear piece of plastic, right? And then a write would then let you jot notes on that plastic. And then with a private mapping, aka a cow, it's as if you're using a disposable overlay. Your scribbles will stay on that sheet and won't go anywhere, but you'll never actually mark up that original book. So the benefit to memory mapped files then is that it's often faster and more convenient than read-write I/O for things like random access or shared memory. And in security terms, the OS enforces these file permissions on the mapping. And this involves things, if you ever heard of like protect read or protect write, it's like a little code that looks like prot read or prot write. That's what this is referring to. Thus, the mapping obeys cow semantics if it's private, so writes won't alter the file unless it's explicitly shared. And then this diagram here is maybe a diagram you guys have seen before, where it's like a database files on disk that's memory mapped into a process's virtual memory address space. And yeah, so that's pretty much what that is. And then, okay, yeah, to bring this back to BSD, every mmap call, every one that like loads your executables code and data segments will then go through this same UVM or vnode pagery machinery. So you'll get these file-backed VM objects, unified buffer caches, cow shadows for private map, and even BSD-specific flags like map no sync or map wired. And for reference, just because I know that's kind of obscure, map private creates a cow private mapping, map wired pins pages and RAMs so that they won't be paged out, and then map no sync suppresses these automatic dissyncs. And then these flags just pretty much exist so that they give control over these file-backed VM objects, unified buffer caching, cow shadows, and any sort of performance and consistency trade-offs. But that's, again, a little more obscure, right? And then in terms of cross-platform exploitation, this behavior is something like these flags is then defined by BSD's kernel's virtual memory system and not by the CPU instruction set architecture. So you have to know the differences between what's going to be defined by the ISA, the ABI, or the CPU, and all that stuff. So in this specific case, these ones will actually behave the same on x86, ARM, and aside from any sort of architecture-specific page sizes or cache management details. And thus understanding how BSD lays out and protects these mappings, like how it chooses addresses, enforces permission bits, and handles faults and cows, is important when you're trying to now poke at a program's memory to build a ROP chain or bypass ASLR, which again are things that we'll cover later. So when you decide to exploit a binary across different ISAs, you must adapt to each platform's page size and various other things that we don't have time to cover today, like alignment rules, endianness, and TLB behaviors and virtual memory permission encodings, as well as any sort of OS-specific loader information that would be relevant. And here, the reason why I'm covering this is that learning about virtual memory models to predict where code and data will live in memory and what protections I'll face really helped me learn how to craft read/write related exploits that might work on a given architecture and OS. With that said, we can go back to the BSD overview and then compare System 5 and BSD memory management and how they influence these exploit strategies. Under the System 5 approach, memory management is much more rigid, and I've often encountered fewer dynamic optimizations like copy on write or cow. This can sometimes make traditional memory exploits such as buffer overflows or stack smashing more predictable and easier to execute. On the other hand, BSD's management includes additional layers of protection and abstraction, making exploitation a lot more complicated but not impossible. Then when targeting BSD-based systems, we need to account for these defenses and then develop alternative strategies to exploit memory vulnerabilities. And understanding these differences in memory management is now crucial for when we're trying to transfer these exploits, but this skill is unfortunately often skipped over or maybe even unrealistic to cover in some cases when teaching about these topics. So now, we're at this point in history where you might be wondering, what are these additional defenses that can make exploiting BSD complicated, at least for me? Well, there's actually quite a few, and they keep improving, but the most common ones that apply to both System 5 and BSD and can impact transferability are ASLR, write XOR execute, and stack canaries. First, ASLR, or address-based layout randomization, randomizes the memory addresses used by system and application components, making it much harder for us to predict where our exploit payload will land in memory. In the past, exploits often relied on knowing the exact memory locations of key data or code, but with ASLR in place, those addresses are randomized every time a program runs. Next, we have write XOR execute, or write XOR execute policy, which ensures that memory can either be writable or executable, but never both at the same time. This prevents us from injecting malicious code into a writable memory segment and then executing it from that same location, reducing the effectiveness of code injection attacks. Thus, we've had to shift strategies towards things like code reuse attacks, like return-oriented programming or ROP. Lastly, we need to talk about stack canaries, which protect against stack-based buffer overflows by placing a small random value between a function's local variable and control data, like the return address. When the function exits, the program checks to see if that canary has changed. If a buffer overflow alters the canary, the program will then terminate, preventing control flow hijacking. This makes it harder to execute simple buffer overflow attacks, as we must then bypass or defeat that canary. Each of these features, ASLR, write XOR execute, and stack canaries, creates additional layers of complexity for us. And then understanding how these mechanisms work, how they differ across OSs and architectures, impacted how well I was circumventing them, because quite frankly, I didn't know that there was going to be a difference between them. So in conclusion, what did we learn today? First, we looked at how the System 5 ABI dictates how functions manage the stack, registers, and control flow. Next, we examined stack management, learning about how stack operations, especially the use of like RSP and RBP, enables control over return addresses and local variables. We also covered POSIX standards. POSIX standardization facilitates that cross-platform exploit portability by providing a consistent API across Unix-like systems, especially for things like system calls, threads, and signals. We learned about the Unix philosophy and how modularity of Unix utility can be leveraged for exploitation, especially through command injection and poorly sanitized inputs. The BSD architecture was also discussed. BSD's memory management features like virtual memory, copy on write, and all that other stuff introduce additional layers of abstraction and protection which influence these exploit strategies when compared to the System 5 systems. And then lastly, we covered security mechanisms such as ASLR, write XOR execute policies, and stack canaries. All of these things together complicate binary exploitation, and understanding their implementations is key to developing bypasses. So in summary, the System 5 ABI, POSIX, the Unix philosophy, and BSD, and honestly anything that relates to memory management, were all topics that helped me learn how to transfer my security skills from one OS to another. I highly recommend, if you're someone struggling to exploit vulnerabilities on systems less familiar to you, to check out these and similar topics on your OS of choice and on the OS that you're familiar with. Because at least for me, it was a lacking understanding in these fundamentals that made my life more difficult than it needed to be. If you want to reach out to me afterwards, that's how you can find me. Yeah. So thank you so much for attending my presentation. I hope you all enjoyed it. And if you like macOS, thank you. If you like macOS specifically, I have a newsletter it's called Ret to Read. It's available on my blog. That's kind of my favorite thing to talk about and what I know the most about of the security topics. So yeah, thank you. if anyone has, hi. If anyone has questions, let me know. I will say, when I've given these types of presentations in the past, a lot of times people have asked me like really specific questions, including like how to debug their current like Ghidra environment. So if that's the type of question you have, you're gonna have to send me screenshots. I can't do that from up front. But if you have like a overview question that doesn't require screenshots or anything like that, please let me know. So there's two. I can hear him. I'm not sure. Yes. So on my blog, there is this. It's funny. Someone tweeted at me on Twitter. They were like, "This is a terrible blog post. There's so much information, and it's terribly disorganized." But anyways, it kind of follows this presentation in a way, and it covers all of these areas, which like I just were so confusing to me. And within that blog post, I have a ton of links, like where I learned about POSIX, where I learned about this, where I learned about that. And one of the things that, unfortunately, I didn't do in that blog post, but I started doing in future blog posts because of this, is that I include a link of a list of references at the end and how and why I used them. So yeah, hopefully that's helpful. It is a picture with a stock image of a snowy mountain in, I think, Switzerland. So that's the one, and it's like how, I think it's like how POSIX stuff messed up my understanding. Sorry? I think it's that one, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, that blog post is titled how, what was the title again? How OS affects binary exploitation. Wonderful. I write a lot of blog posts, which is why I don't remember what they are, and I think that one's like 3 years old. So, but I think you also had a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you to repeat the name of your blog or like the URL because I didn't quite catch it.
The URL is Olivia Olivia Galucci GALLUCCI.com.
Okay, thank you.
Totally.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. My name is Arsal, and I had a question in regard to the, as we see every day, the AI modules added some more functionality to the malwares and kind of malicious codes. I was wondering that if the type of the kind of attacking to a, making a buffer overflow error or attacking to a heap or a stack or those kind of protected reserved memory area with the type of the malware that is changing the nature, you know, we call it like a morphism, right? They morph from one signature to another signature, one capability to another capability. So that's, I wanted to know your insight about that, how this going to be, how we can defend that. Is there any way to defend this type of the morph attack, like a malware or malicious code that change the dynamic of the activity, either in memory, in the heap, or kind of stack?
Yeah, so when it comes to like specific, like those really like low-level exploits and stuff, I'm assuming that is probably happening more on Windows and Linux than it is on Mac. And for those questions, I would want to address people who are experts in those areas, because I know those things do happen, and unfortunately, they're things I'm uneducated on. Where I can tell you about with like things like the signatures changing and all of that, that's common across OSs. And what we see in Mac malware is there is like differences in capabilities and all of that. So it's like, what exact capabilities is it going to do? And those ones are weirdly, it's kind of like an exciting time. Like those things are starting to be like developed. Like I think it was only last year when we started seeing Mac malware routinely have people starting to actually obscure the malware itself. Like our malware like didn't even do that. They were just like, we're going to pop a launch agent on here and we're going to just like go. So they wouldn't even try to hide it. And in those things, in those cases, it's more, what we look at is more of the behavior itself. because they're still using consistent tactics. None of them, to my knowledge, really relate to like the memory component. It's more so behaviors on the device itself. And they're all like legit behaviors, which is making them hard to flag. There has been cases which I know of where there were like O-days dropped that were more serious, like in the nature that you're talking about on Mac. Xset actually had one where they were able to infiltrate like Xcode environments through, I think, something memory related. So if you're looking for specifically Mac, that's really the only instance. And I'm really open to hear what anyone else says about this, because I'm very open to being wrong here. That's really the only place where I think I've seen anything related to memory and a malware in particular, rather than just some like Patrick Wordle or someone like some researcher. That's the only thing I've really seen with like memory specifically. So hopefully that helps. Any more questions? I don't think I see any. Cool.
I'm probably best known for this thing I started back in 2001 called eCentire. I stepped away from eCentire a few months after this thing happened. I felt like I'd sort of got as far with the company as I could and wanted to go and do some other things. And so now I have that flexibility and that singular luxury of doing only what I want to do. And so what I do most of the time now is sort of work with startups and scale-ups in cybersecurity. I had a professor from a BC university about 6 weeks ago send me a note and said, I want to thank you for working with one of my MBA students. They had a capstone project, they had to speak to somebody, and thank you for your feedback, and can I ask you a bunch of questions? And I said, I never spoke to this person. I was sort of like, I was sort of gaslit. It was like, did I speak to somebody? So I went into ChatGPT and said, pretend that you're Eldon Sprickerhoff. I'm going to ask you some questions. And it did a really good job of telling my history. So I'm not going to elaborate on that either. So I'm this sort of weird Swiss Army knife of stuff. So I've got a BMath degree, computer science economics, that is probably older than at least half the attendees here today. Went in the usual sort of Linux, BSD, sysadmin, database, InfoSec, sort of, I got into this thing before it was called cyber, and it was my place, and I found my thing. And so then I started a company, and there was this big gap when that was my constant care. And then sort of stepped away, as I said, became an advisor, board member. I wrote a book, and then instructing as well. So one of the things I've been doing for almost 5 years is now working with Rogers Cybersecurity Catalyst. They have a booth here. 2 wonderful young women who will gladly talk to you about the things that they're doing. I personally think that this program has the best chance of improving the startup world for Canada. That it has to get companies out of that difficult early startup phase and into scale up and escape velocity. So if you think that you have any interest in sort of helping out as a mentor or other things that I will get to later on in the talk, I'm going to put up a QR code, and there are a couple people here who you could absolutely speak to. One of the companies that I managed to meet as a core mentor through this program is Shadow HQ. So you survive on sponsors here. Nick is here. I met him. I was his core mentor. He was his core mentee. I'm working with him now. If you have no interest in starting a company, or just spend the next 45 minutes and go to talk to Nick and his 2 guys out there at the booth. So, as I've been working with the startups out of Catalyst, I've probably worked with about 6 dozen companies. in the last 5 years. And they're all in different stages, and everything just sort of distills to that Japanese ikigai, right? What's the problem? Will they pay you to solve it? Can you solve it rapidly and accurately? And now, so, I say, you would be surprised how many startup founders do not actually ask these questions. They usually start off with something, this is my capstone project. I'm going to fall off the stage if I keep walking, so I'm coming down here. They have a capstone project, they think something was interesting, and they put all their time and effort into it and not actually trying to figure out whether or not this is a problem that people have. So I ask these questions when they come in, and is it a big problem? Do many people have it? Who knows about it? Is it being solved? And the last one is, are you a prophet? And if you haven't asked anybody if they're actually having this problem, but you think you are so far ahead that you know what the problem is, and the world will eventually catch up to you, like you are Steve Jobs and you knew 15 years ahead that people would be addicted to iPhone. The odds of you being that prophet, not zero, but approaching zero. And if you are actually a prophet, can you survive long enough for you to have solved this problem? It's not good enough to talk to your potential clients and say, hey, what are your problems? They tell you your problems. Because you could go build something, and then a year later you come back and they say, well, it wasn't really a problem at all. Or they've left the company, or they fixed it with something else. I get about a dozen inbound emails every week or through LinkedIn, and they say, I've built this thing, I want to show you this thing I've built. The number one question I ask now, who are your design partners? And almost 90% of the time, it goes dead. Then. It's like, unless you think you know the problem better than your clients, you'll be, unless you're Steve Jobs again, you'll be surprised that they understand their problems better than you do. And it's not just enough to understand their problems, you have to get them to commit to putting some cash towards it. The end of the year, hopefully somebody has some stretch in their budget. I would say, if you think there's a problem to be solved, you talk to these people, you say, I would like to build this problem, this solution to fix your problem. Will you commit $10K to me to become a design partner? I will engage you throughout this process. Do you trust me enough with a minimal cash outlay that I can solve your problem and then move it forward? Without this, you will not survive long enough unless you're independently wealthy or you manage to, raise some money from family, friends and family. They call that the early stage. Friends, family, and I add fools, right? You borrow money from family, that's going to be a tough Christmas. It's going to be a tough Thanksgiving. Like, where's my money, Zuck? So the third piece, can you solve this problem? You understand the problem. Can you actually solve it rapidly and accurately and cheaply is the third piece now. It used to be that you had to choose two, but with AI, now it has to be all three simultaneously. You have to solve the problem well, you have to sell it, you have to solve it rapidly and inexpensively. And there's a lot of people who talk about startups as like, is your solution, is it a vitamin or is it a painkiller? And I've always thought that was insufficient, so I've added vitamin, antibiotic, painkiller, tourniquet. They all solve different problems at different speeds. What is your solution? Is it something that needs immediate, right? Cash flows a lot easier after the incident or while the incident's going on as opposed to before. So vitamin, antibiotic, painkiller, tourniquet, what most makes sense for this solution that addresses the problem? And then, why you? Why are you so special? Why is your solution so special? Who are your competitors? It irks me to no end when people say, I have this solution, I have no competitors. Well, then the world doesn't understand the problem, or you don't understand that there are competitors. Especially with AI builds right now, I assure you, the odds are very good that somebody out there within a 100-kilometer radius is working on the same problem that you are, let alone worldwide. And they talk about minimally viable product, and I'll commit money to you. What is your moat? What is your differentiator? Before I came up here, I was talking, the last 24 hours I've spoken to a lot of students, and they've been asking new grads, how do you find a job? And so I had this little shakabuku moment earlier where it was like, if you're a student, or a new grad, you are your own startup, right? You are the product you're trying to sell. How do you differentiate yourself? So, what is your moat? So even if you're not doing a startup yourself, you are, as a new grad, you have to differentiate yourself from everybody else. What moats can you bring to the party? So, starting a company, there's always that excitement, the things that you think are really cool. I've got to find a name, especially if you've got a bunch of buddies that are getting together to build this. A cool name, register the domain, get a website up, get a logo, all of that. None of that actually matters at all. It's the boring stuff that people fall down on. And, are you going to incorporate? Are you a sole proprietorship? What does insurance look like? Taxes, paperwork, especially if you have a co-founder. You need a prenup with your co-founder because so many companies, if you've got a co-founder or two co-founders or three co-founders or more, it gets really messy. I heard someone once say that the right number of co-founders in a company is Euler's number, which is 2.718. So more than two, but less than three. So Gary Tan is the president of Y Combinator, the biggest accelerator, and he says, there's a lot of people who play startup house. I want to be a founder. That's my badge of honor. I'm a founder. They're not actually solving a problem. They're just playing house. It's do or die. And I think this is really serious, right? You're spending time, there's opportunity costs that go along with this. He says, pass, fail. And so I have a few uncomfortable truths. If you're thinking about starting a startup, or whether it's a product-based one, or as you're a consultant, you have headwinds coming at you, like you have no idea. My wife keeps chickens. We live in the country. And over the summer, I've spent more time than I would like to admit defending chickens against hawks and skunks and cats and coyotes. And I had this realization that startups are little chicks in a huge barnyard of large chickens and coyotes, and everything loves to eat chicken. Chicken loves to eat chicken. You are a little chick, and there are companies out there that have 20 plus years in business, and they have competition as well, but they are bigger chickens than you. They will gladly eat you if they get the chance. I use this picture because if you're going to dedicate your time to this, you better love it, because you're probably going to be wed to it for 5, 10, 15, 20 years if it's successful. Nobody in this room loves this baby as much as that nerdy-looking guy. Nobody does, and I don't expect you to. Nobody will love your company as much as you do, so you better love it. Nobody owes you anything. Nobody gives a rat's ass about your success or failure, and nobody's coming to save you. No company in the world was ever started with the intention, I need to buy cybersecurity things. Prove me wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. But no, it's among the last things anyone cares about. And suddenly, so here, who's paid what they're worth? No, it's part of the capitalistic society is there is a gap between what you are paid and what value the company can extract from you. You start working for yourself and you will be paid what you're worth. First 5, 6 years of starting Easton Tire, I would have made more money, hour for hour, working a fry machine at McDonald's. And your commitment will be tested, especially if you start off with this optimistic view that I'm going to make $1 million the first month. I'm going to get investors. I've seen Dragon's Den. I'm going to talk to an angel, and they're going to give me, 5 minutes. I'm going to talk to them, and we're going to do a deal. Everyone's heard this phrase. I assure you, no matter how good your mousetrap is, if you don't get the word out, you will not make any traction. And this is the thing, I say this over and over and over again. Everything takes longer than you expect, even when you take it into account. And again, you think it's going to take longer. It will take even longer than that, whether it's the work, fundraising, sales, whatever. I have this logo made, and I made buttons made up. We're going to pass them around if you want one. So I'm going to explain before you take one, if you choose to take it, and if you don't, that doesn't bother me either. So your odds of surviving, your startup surviving 10 years is inverse Russian roulette. You have 1 in 6 chance of surviving, your startup surviving 10 years. And in the worst days, Rob, you never had any bad days, right? In the last 20 years of running a pen test company? They're all golden. You can barely close the door because the cash just keeps coming in. Survival, even with one sale, 1 centimeter moving forward, is considered success. Daniel Kahneman, behavioral economist, you have to accentuate the positive, but don't lose track of reality. So, this is your mini MBA course. I never got an MBA. I learned it all hard knocks. MVP, you'll hear this toss, but what is this product? What is this thing you're doing? Is it hardware, software? Is it a model? Is it a governance? Is it service, feature, consulting? Does the world want it? Who's your competition? What are they using to solve the problem right now? What's your differentiation? Why you? What is it? Why is it hard to implement? How many people will it take to implement it? The last thing, will it ever make a profit? Does it matter to you? And you can run projects almost forever. If it's a hobby or a side thing, and if you don't care about money, money's important to me. I like eating. William Gibson, again, the street finds its own use for things. This is why you engage design partners. They will come up with ways to use your product that you never had a chance to. Next big thing is your ICP. Who are you selling to? It's not good enough just to say finance. Finance means so much. Tier 1 banking, mid-market, asset management, regional banks, credit unions. Even if I said Tier 1 banking, I'm going to sell to RBC. What does that mean? Wealth management, retail, back office? There's no single, you need to get really tight on your profile. What pain are they solving? How do they buy? When do they buy? Who is signing authority? How are they solving the problem right now? How much do you need? How much will they spend without having to get more approval? Talk to them before you start building. Talk to them. They know better than you, but you have to establish a relationship with them, a bond to do this. This just happened a couple weeks ago. Guy I know out of New York, this is his second startup. The first paragraph, I could not be happier seeing. Before he wrote a line of code, he talked to 30 plus potential companies. He got design partners on there. He established trust, and he did a raise, like 3.5 mil. So nothing crazy. That took a long time. He established trust, he understood the pain, and he's going to move forward. A design partner that gives you money, you build reciprocity into this. They want to see you succeed, you want them to succeed. That's better than just saying, oh, I have a problem that needs to be solved. Okay, product market fit, cross-product, minimally viable product in your ideal customer profile. 2 big concepts I'm going to put out here really quickly, red ocean versus blue ocean. Red ocean is when you have nothing but competition. You're competing against a bunch of other sharks in the water. Blue ocean, you have no competition. So much of cyber right now is in the deepest of red. If you can aim for something that's sort of purple in between, you've got a better chance. Then there's Michael Porter's 5 forces. How does it evolve with rivalry, new entrants into the market? So I am, despite the fact that I seem to speak, I talk almost every week it seems. I am incredibly introverted, and I hated sales, but you will figure out how to do it. The founder-led sales at this point is the only way you can move it forward. You cannot abdicate the sales process to anyone else. Who loves your baby more than you? Nobody. So you have to own it. Founder-led sales. It's a superpower. And I found through A/B testing, when I'm a booth babe, or in the old days when I was a booth babe, somebody's walking by and I want to get their attention, I would say, could you spare 45 seconds so I could tell you about the company I started? That's a pretty tough thing to walk past. Lock it down to 45 seconds, though. You're the head of sales. There are different ways to get money. Sales is always the best way, right? It gives you intel. It confirms your go-to-market. It confirms your ideal client. You get a reference customer. You get a design partner. You can do some calculations that investors will be interested in. Now, I'm 40-plus slides in. I have not talked anything about cyber. This is a cyber conference, right? Cyber. Do you remember when it was an expletive to call something cyber? Here we are. Okay, so why is it hard to sell? I cannot buy a cup of cyber. If I go to RSA or Black Hat and I buy every single product that's on there on the show floor and I bring it into my company and I implement it all, and my boss says, "So are we secure yet?" What do you say? What do you say? You're fired. So who's going to say yes? Are you secure? So someone is you're going to say yes? Liar! Much love. People hate it when I say, upper right, compliance is kind of equal to security. Like, what do you mean? Security is this beautiful diamond, right? But for most people out there, if you're compliant, that is sufficient, and you will never become 100% secure. So it's ephemeral. We can't measure it, or it's not we can't measure it, but it's incredibly difficult to measure. I cannot buy another cup of security and have necessarily measurable outputs. You can get from 50% to 80%. The cost to get from 50 to 70 is a lot less than 70 to 90 or 90 to 95, if you could measure it. How do you assess competitors? Especially when marketeering coalesces like a school of fish. Apparently this AI thing is now a big deal, but marketeering says we have 100% success. And it's usually sold as insurance, but I think it needs to be sold as dentistry. So who ate lunch here today? Nobody ate lunch here. Okay, who brushed their teeth afterwards? What? You're supposed to brush your teeth half an hour after you eat. Who flossed this morning? Everybody, right? No. So why should you be angry when you tell people that they shouldn't share passwords or they should keep their machines up to date and not kill it when, you try to do the best you can given the risk appetite. And hopefully you go see the dentist, get cleanings. Every year they get x-rays. You're still going to get cavities. That's why I think it should be sold as dentistry. But that's tough to sell. So here's your other reason why it's hard to sell cybersecurity. So thank you to Optiv. Here's the little company I started. So, yeah, a little competition, and the reddest of red oceans. And this is the part that really is painful. So I work with a lot of startups, and they say, we would like to sell to the SMB because they need it the most. I said, yes, they do. And if you were starting anything but a cybersecurity company, that would be a good way to do it. But right now, you have something interesting in cybersecurity, they will be the last ones to buy. Crossing the chasm, right? In anything, you can start small, medium business and then sell up into the innovative once you've proven yourself. Now, again, there's innovation partners, highly regulated enterprises that require cybersecurity pieces, and then you can do upsell into enterprise and then lagging. So it's painful telling these startups, I'm going to sell to SMBs, like you will go out of business before you do so. Huntress is probably the best right now that seems to be doing this. They sell through partners. I don't think they're EBITDA positive yet. So FUD, everyone knows what FUD is. I like Vico. Vico, why do I like it? Does anyone know what Vico is? I invented it, so I don't expect anyone to know. So visibility, insight, control, outcomes. Don't sell with FUD. Visibility, what raw data you can get. Insight, what insight can you get from that data? Control, what can you put in effect to disrupt the attacker? O is your outcome. This is how you make security somewhat less ephemeral. So I'm going to go into fundraising really quickly because everyone seems to think that they're going to close $1 million or 10 million or 100 million. You raise capital to put the pedal down. If you do early, you want to have an idea, you want to build it. Nobody owes you an investment. And it's not personal. They have other, like you might have angels that believe in you, but nobody believes it. Most startups are venture uninvestable, and I will get to that. So the other thing is you'll meet with hundreds of investors before one might actually find interest in you. For our Series A, we met with 64 venture capital groups and got 2 LOI, letters of intent. And it's going to take longer than you think. I assure you, when you see the announcement of the deal that's been done, there are months that happened before that happened, legal back and forth, negotiating. It is not like the entrepreneur porn of Shark Tank and Dragon's Den, where you do your little dance and Mr. Wonderful tells you you're a jerk. It is not like that. Most of those deals, like the majority of those deals that pass on that show, do not actually close as well, but you never see that. So, is your endeavor venture uninvestable? Both parties have to like the terms. You might be uninspiring, or you don't like your message, your story, the cap table, this is who owns what. If there's 10 co-founders and you all own 10%, if a round comes in, you will be diluted. And then why would you want to work for a place where you only own 2% of the company? And sometimes you're too late or too early to the market. Neither of those are great. So I say non-dilutionary capital, SHRED, IRAP, design partnerships, personal loans. There is an entity in Canada that rhymes with BDC, very much with BDC. And they will make loans to your corporation, but you have to underwrite them personally. I would strongly recommend, so front of the office, front of the house BDC, says, no problem, we are the government, we're not going to go after you. Why would we go after you? Things go south, the back of the office, BDC, will take your house. There are over 100 startup founders I know that are currently in that position. So, even if it's a corporate loan, you may be on the hook for it personally. Sales beats everything. So, I say, don't chase investors. I want you to build a business so interesting that they will run after you. They want to get on board. And I have a rule of money. Money can only solve the problems money can solve. That's my rule. It will magnify the problems you have. And the unromantic reality is we're here because we love cybersecurity, right? There's something very essential and pure and beautiful about cybersecurity. I've been doing this almost 30 years. There's something beautiful when you see an exploit that is so ingenious. You have to say, this is just gorgeous. If this becomes your 10, 12, 14-hour-a-day business, and you have to worry about payroll and taxes and insurance, it's not so beautiful. So I do a lot of reading. And there's 5 excellent startup books that I've used personally. Ross Hilaliuk, he has written this excellent book on cyber for builders. He didn't actually ever start a company, but he has written an excellent handbook for this. There's a guy, Mahendra Ramsangani, who's a VC out of the Bay Area. I had been talking to him when I was writing my own book, and he said, you should write this book on specifically for cyber. I said, I don't want to write that book. I have another idea of what it was. And so Ross ended up writing this book. I wrote a chunk of it for him. He pulled about 25 people that had been building things in cyber and got them to, I should have done that. He basically outsourced a big chunk of his book to other people. So if you're looking to do a startup, it is probably the best book out there specifically for building a startup. That picture of crossing the chasm, that's also Ross's. He has a blog, Venture and Security, which is excellent. Founding Sales is founder-led sales. It is the only way, early stage. The next piece is the role of an SE, sales engineer. How do you sell something intangible? So John Kerr's book is excellent. I'd like the angel investing one. If you're going to go try to raise money, I think it's incredibly important for you to put yourself in that person's in their shoes to say, what are you looking for? What does that portfolio look like? What questions do you need to have answered? My favorite business book, period, is called Setting the Table. It's a guy named Danny Meyer out of New York. I lived in New York for a few years. Loved his restaurants. He had multiple 4-star restaurants in New York, which is no small feat. There was a guy that recently in the last year, wrote another book called Unreasonable Hospitality. If have you seen the show The Bear? There's a point where he's reading this orange book, Unreasonable Hospitality. So I read it as well. I was like, this is like a total ripoff of Setting the Table. And Danny Meyer owned the restaurant. The guy who wrote Unreasonable Hospitality, he was front of house of the book. So he's like, basically he stole a bunch of the content. But the idea is you need to bring 4-star restaurant manners and, again, hospitality to every one of your clients, to bend over backwards, whether or not you're in hospitality or not. And this is part of the core of me getting Eastern Tire forward, where you bend over backwards, you're available, you understand what the client needs before they need it and bring it to them. I can't recommend these 5 books enough. And so I added this one in earlier today. So if there's students that aren't going to start a business, but they're trying to figure out what job to get right now, Larry Smith, who is my Econ 101 and 102 teacher at school, he did a TEDx talk about why you will fail to have a great career. It's 15 minutes of, he's an economist, so he's not hilarious, but I think he's funny, right? Of why, if you want a good career, you will fail to have a great career. And then he wrote a book about this. And if you're looking for a gig right now, if I were a newly graduated person, or if you know of a newly graduated person in this crazy market where AI is chopping out the legs of everybody, this is the book I recommend. And then I wrote a book. And when I was working with Catalyst, over the last 5 years, the companies would come in and I talked to them, and they're all making the same mistakes that I did 20 plus years ago. My difference is there was no YouTube, there was no Y Combinator, there was no help. But they're still making all the mistakes that I did. So I started writing down a TLDR. Because I didn't want to have to keep saying the same things over and over again. Then I discovered I had 45, 50,000 words, and so a book created. So I've got a couple copies, so I'm going to give them away. Who's interested? And I create a master class. If I'm going to do a TLDR because nobody reads anymore, these are my bullet points, and they're also in the back of the book. I think I've gone through almost all of them here, except for maybe the choosing your fellow travelers. And so when you're looking for employees, especially on the sales side, they need to be as motivated and hungry as you are. One bad fish kills the bowl. So I have a bold ask. Nobody here knows who this guy is, with the exception of me. This is Andrew Rawson. So back 25-ish years ago, he had some work to be done. I was working in New York at a prime brokerage. There was a different part of the bank that there was an ISP that was going out of business, so we had to switch over. He didn't have anyone who did firewall stuff. I was building stuff for the prime brokerage. He was looking for someone to switch over, basically update his firewall to the new ISP. So I said, I can't do it. These are the days before GUIs, right? The PICs, right? It's a mess, right? So no GUI. I said, I can do it Sunday. I can't do it Saturday because I'm busy. So 2 hours, 2.5 hours just to test everything. He went on and had other things to fix. He gave me that work. So I think I billed him like $60 an hour US or something like this, nothing. And he went on, and every time he had a problem that had to be solved, he pinged me to see if I could do it. And we're having dinner one night, and he says, what do you want to do? I said, I want to build this company that, I've been building processes. I would like to build this services company. He said, I would like to be your first client. And he was. He became what I call the true believer. So there are sponsors, there are champions, there are true believers. True believers have reciprocity. They have a vested interest in making you succeed. And that only happened because we built that trust up. But he gave me room in his company to try all kinds of crazy things, right? Bidirectional interface reset packets to do out-of-band shoot down of traffic, DNS interception, all kinds of crazy things. This guy has contributed more to the success of East Entire than any other single person, other than the guy standing in front of you and my ex-girlfriend. You saw the picture of earlier. Current wife, ex-girlfriend. I should put that in there. So what I ask of you, within each of us, there are two wolves. The fear of missing out and the fear of fucking up. So I would ask of you, if you have the capacity, if you have a bit of cash in your budget, that you find the companies that are on the edge, Canadian companies, startups, that are on the edge of solving problems. If you find something that has some traction, that you take them under your wing and see if you can help them. If you have that in a manner that it will not be a career-limiting move to move things forward. And I cannot help but put Rogers Cybersecurity Catalyst up here. They have an event in Toronto on December 11th. There's a QR code there. But of all entities within Canada right now that are pushing for startups to scale-ups for cybersecurity, this is, in my opinion, the best option to make more Canadian millionaires. And we need them because that budget's going to kill me. No, but seriously, I'm a big believer in Rogers Cybersecurity Catalyst. If you have any interest in looking at startups and you're willing to extend that bit of grace, there are two wonderful young women on the floor out there that can give you more information as well. And that is it. Okay, so I have 2 copies. Okay. Okay, so who would like a copy? Okay, so we've got like, oh Lord, so I have an idea how I'm going to do this. Okay, so the first one, I'm going to say a series of numbers, and you have whoever calls the correct one next wins. Okay, the first one, 3.141. Okay, so who said 5 first? Help me out. Guys. Okay. 9. Okay. Who said 2? All right. 6, 5. No, I'm out of books. 6, 5, 3, 5. Who said 2? All right. I could have gone longer, but. Okay, I guess Q&A. How much time do we have? Any cues? There's a mic coming.
Really good presentation.
Thanks.
Actually, it was really, really good. So you were saying, do not fully abdicate the sales process.
Mm-hmm.
If you hate sales and you consider sales to be, well, I don't want to say slimy, but
greasy used car
greasy
salesman
sort of thing.
Yeah.
So you say
salesmen are professional liars.
Yeah.
So,
how do you overcome that? How did you learn to do sales when you hate it so much?
I love eating. You know, I like having a house. I love eating. There's that kid, like there's dependence. No, you have to do it. And what I discovered far too late is you can put me up in front of or up against any salesperson and I will win because a founder has one thing that a greasy car salesman in a striped blue jacket, I have founder authenticity. I have put that one thing on the line. I put a line of credit on my house to make this company work. $150,000. If it did not work, I was losing the house. I believed in it. So when I say, can I take 45 seconds of your time to tell me about the company I started? I'm putting it on the line. Sales is vulnerability, but you have authenticity and vulnerability, and if you have something people need, they will respond. But you have to do it, and man, it sucked. Can't see. Oh, he's right in front of you.
So moving slightly away from the founder salesman aspect, can we talk about how selling security is kind of like being both an ambulance chaser and an insurance salesman all in one?
Yeah, it's the worst aspect. It's the worst aspect of that process where, you know, you hear something like, oh, we could have solved them. We could have saved you. So I'll take the city of Hamilton, for example, right? So they're a pretty well-known ransomware attack, and they said that multi-factor was a big reason that that the attack was successful. And so we're like, well, if they'd only used MFA, like we all know, right? MFA, that's table stakes. That's our regular flossing and brushing. They should have known better. Well, they have unions, and I'm not a big fan, but they have their place. Do I got 30 seconds? 30 seconds. Okay. You can't always, it's easy to be the ambulance chaser without looking at the whole facts. So if you can, again, if you can speak to VICO, what's the outcomes, what's the control platform with the layer, instead of the FUD and the greasy tactics, the hardcore tactics, that, in my opinion, is the best way that you can solve cybersecurity and, again, and uplift the community. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I normally like to start off with a bit of an introduction, and everyone else seems to have done a degree in computer science, then computer security. I have degrees in molecular genetics. I'm working on a PhD in archaeology, neurodivergent, but I've been doing computer security since about 1983. So I'm going to start with the question you're all asking. There we go. How old am I? 1983, my father insisted I take computer math because he felt that learning how to use punch cards and computer program would make me think logically and properly in a linear fashion. We were both very disappointed with that theory. However, what also happened in 1983 was a bit more pivotal. This movie came out, and for the very first time, it wasn't just hackers. If you watch the movie, if you're familiar with the movie War Games, how many people have seen it? Awesome. What you're seeing is the very first public display of a red team test. Now, the interesting and cool thing is the motivation for the red team test in this case is to impress a girl, right? We've all learned that doesn't work anymore, but back in the 80s, we thought it could. The other thing is the people on the receiving end of a red team test were seeing this as hacking. And that is one of the things that constitutes a good red team test, because you're replicating the activity of a proper hacker. So those are the two pivotal things that happened in '83. The third thing that happened in 1983 is I learned how to play poker. And where this becomes important is the realization that computer security is exactly like poker. In poker, you're playing the person opposite you, you're keeping track with money. All right, you use cards as the medium of interchange. In computer security, you're working with networks and computers, and data is what you're capturing. But at the end of the day in computer security, you're always going to be playing against people. So that doesn't mean that social engineering is the #1 guaranteed form of attack, but it means that you've got to come to terms with people making decisions on how a network was made, people making decisions on how to secure it, how to fund it, and these are what you're playing against. So let's talk about the various types of testing. You've probably all seen something like this, and it seems to imply you start off with vulnerability scanning, and once you have a good program for vulnerability scanning, you do penetration testing, and then the uber part is red team assessments. Completely wrong. But it's the best diagram that addresses some aspects that I want to talk about. To do security testing well, you need to do continuous vulnerability testing. The hackers are testing your network continuously. You should not be doing a scan once per quarter. The next phase up, penetration testing, is we have to move towards intelligent penetration testing. Most organizations say, come in and test my network once per year and just scan the entire network with no recognition of risk or why they're doing the operation. The other thing is red team assessment, and I highlighted two things here. For a red team to work, you have to take into account two domains. The first is management and strategic level red team testing. The second is tactical stuff. We just heard a talk a bit earlier about using capture the flag. If you score perfectly on capture the flag exercises, are you a red team tester? Of course not. All you've done is learn the techniques of testing a network. but you haven't learned the mindset of testing a network. You haven't learned whether you should be doing a red team test. And you haven't learned how to do the management and how to bring everything into play. And I'm going to explain what that means as we go forward. The other thing that we're going to take into account with red team testing, it's very goal-driven. When I break into a network, the very first thing I say is, what do you value? What is important to you? Because if I go after something that is important, why bother? And we shouldn't be paying for it. I take a very adversarial perspective, meaning I've got to understand what the bad guys are doing. It's not a matter to sit there and say, I've got a new tool that will allow me to do this on a network. If no one in the world is using that tool, then why would you employ it to test the security of a company? I have a very broad attack scope under red team testing because red team testing is originally a military type exercise. Anything goes. They were looking to secure a nuclear submarine, a nuclear reactor that's fixed on land. What could you do at the very worst to compromise that type of security? So different from penetration testing, different from vulnerability scanning, I'm allowed to do anything if you let me do a red team test correctly, which scares a lot of organizations. The other thing that is very important is what we call OPSEC, operational security. I want to break into your network, but I don't want you to know I'm breaking into your network. We're going to talk a bit about that. So our definition for red team testing, broad scope, adversarial perspective, specific target, and I get to do whatever I want to get there. Generally, that never ever happens. In fact, I'm going to tell you now, 90% of red team testing is a failure, either to the people that are doing it or to the organization itself. The reason why is when you're looking at an attack, these two stages here are the points of failure. Being able to establish persistence and escalate, these are standard tactics in a penetration test. All right, you write an implant, you put an implant on the network, everything is going to function if you've done your job properly. But doing the recon and the initial compromise, getting the first foothold on the network, if you do it wrong, it's no longer a red team test. So we're engaged with a customer right now, and the customer has said, you're allowed to do a red team test, which makes my test team ecstatic. Are there any pen testers here? All right, if someone says that you get free reign, just do whatever the hell you want, take over my network, is that like a playground? Well, it's a dream, because what happens is the customer says, but only test the network from 9 to 5 when we're here. You're only allowed to do a phishing attack against the IT group. And yes, I know we've got a Windows XP box, so just don't test it because we're trying to get rid of it. And then they say the IT lie. Don't worry, we're on a program and the XP box will be gone in 3 months. Okay, the XP box has been there for 4 years right now. But that's a sign that you're going to have a failed test and the attacker isn't going to realize the benefit to them, which is taking over a network, and the organization is not going to be secured. So the work effort is the other reason there's a lot of failures in red team testing. We will spend, all right, you got your normal pre-engagement, writing contracts, and then there's the intelligence gathering and the threat modeling. You notice before I even try testing a network, that's about 3 weeks worth of billable work. And the client has not seen a thing on their network. Because when we attack, we know exactly what we're going to do. We're going to move very quickly. So the exploitation stage is very, very small. It's a relatively minor part of a red team test because the real work effort is doing the research like we're an attacker. So let's talk about what happens in pre-engagement. What do you need to start a red team test? Well, formal documentation. And by formal documentation, I mean and a contract with the right people that says if you get caught breaking into the network or into the building, you're not going to get in trouble. This is incredibly important. I have been asked to do a red team attack on a company, and the person said, what I want as proof that you've done the red team attack is I want you to copy this database. Sounds pretty good. Everything was happening well. Turned out to be a middle manager that wanted a red team attack done so that he could get a copy of a database he didn't have access to before he left the company. You want to make sure that you avoid that type of thing. And frequently, the way the exercise is given is, here's your contract, here's the target, get to work. All right, we call this a Vasquez attack. If you've ever seen the movie Aliens, look, man, I only need to know one thing. But there is something that's missing to make this successful. And I'm going to ask for some class answers here. All right, guys, get ready. Here we go. This is for you to shine. You've been given one of those things to do a red team test on. That's it. That's your scope. What is the number one thing you're trying to protect, and you're going to do your red test to make sure it's protected? What is it you're trying to protect on an ATM? Money. How many people said money? All right. Why is no one saying money? Look at that. There's like, I even gave you a cue to say money. All right. Money is wrong. Money is number 3 on the list. Because at best, an ATM holds $300,000 just before Christmas. And $300,000 to someone like RBC is a rounding error. So if we're not looking to protect money, what is the red team test supposed to focus on? You have your hand up, sir. Sorry, what's that? Reputation. How do I test for reputation on an ATM? Okay, I see where you're going. We can probably find a more direct way. We'll get back to that. Sir. Sorry, I didn't hear that. I'm old and deaf. Yell it out. Okay. I'm going to give you guys a hint. By guys, I mean the generic room type thing. Think of the CIA triad. What do we want to assess on an ATM? What's that? Integrity is a very loose word. All right, I'm going to give you a hint. Number 2, we actually want to protect availability. Because if you can run a DOS attack, if you can take that off the network, within 15 minutes the bank starts getting fined for having an ATM that isn't reachable on the network. Here's the number one thing, all right? I think you're all waiting for it. The number one thing to protect are the images that load when the system boots up. This is an ATM from DEF CON 13. It was probably, and this is back when DEF CON was only about 4,000 people. This was within 2 hours of people heading up to the hotel that all the ATMs were compromised by hackers who were putting on little welcome to DEF CON onto the ATM. Funny joke, demonstration of real skills, but I want you to imagine that you went to a local mall and instead of seeing CIBC or RBC, you saw skull and crossbones or something like that. We talked about integrity. That's the integrity that you're concerned about. So sometimes when you're doing a red team test, what the tester thinks is important is not as important as what is really happening. So you have to be very careful in nailing down the data. I'll give you another example. You're doing a red team test for a really big retail organization. Huge. The CEO is a rock star. What is the goal of the red team test? When they bring the hackers in and they say, you will be successful when you do this, what is the target, the goal that they offer you?
Find the CEO's
Salaries? Okay, what else we got? Communications, perfect. The CEO's what? Very close. The number one goal that they gave us was the CEO's daytimer, where he's going to be, when he's going to be there, and what he's going to be doing. If we could obtain that, that was our victory. Now, we didn't find this until we were just starting testing, because the people that hire us are the network administrators. The people that pay us are the executives. It's a bit of a gap that you've got to be careful in all times of penetration testing. So we're in the pre-engagement phase. I've identified the target. The next thing I'm going to do is this. I'm looking for getting information. So we have sock puppets. Does anyone know what a sock puppet is? It's a fake online personality. I have multiple fake online personalities, so that if I am testing a network, I can open up a personality of a junior person asking for information, and I can email someone within the network and say, listen, I'm trying to configure a PIX firewall. Do you know how to do this? And his or her response back tells me that they've got a PIX firewall. So I have different personalities. I have HR personalities, I have junior personalities, very senior personalities. I have partner personalities. So if I know I'm dealing with a retail store, I have a personality of a logistics person, so I can sit there and say, yeah, I've got to do a movement of this much goods at this time, and guess what? When you look it up online, there's the person on LinkedIn. So as a professional red teamer, we have a lot of sock puppets. We have a secure command and control station, and I know if I get data from the network, how I'm going to get data out without getting caught by their firewall. And there's a lot of different ways to do that. I also start preparing my attack tools. The first thing is, whenever someone gets hacked, Indigo Books, City of Hamilton, they always make the headline that comes out that says, it must have been a sophisticated tool. It was a nation state. You know, we have very good security people. It wasn't our fault. There is no such thing as a sophisticated attack tool. Generally, when we start low and stupid. I guess passwords. I very frequently get in on a guessed password. I will search for previous compromised passwords, and I will use previous compromised ones and try them. Why do I want to get passwords and access credentials onto a network is one of my first things. It gives me access, but more important, something, yes. Don't want to raise suspicion, but carry it forward. If I'm a hacker and I get legitimate access credentials, the minute I use them, I'm a trusted employee, and this is an insider threat. And just so that you know, most organizations do not prepare for insider threats. Next thing about tools. How many people use Kali Linux doing a penetration test? The most embarrassing thing in the world is when you're testing a company and Kali decides it's time to do an upgrade. Because every firewall, every log starts being branded with, Kali.org, upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. It sticks out like a pile of coal. So as a result, we roll our own distribution with all the tools that we need. The next thing you've got to pay attention to is your choice of compiler. If you use an open source tool, compile it yourself. If you compile it yourself, and for example, suppose it's in C, there's a difference between a Windows compiler and a Linux compiler. And they will produce different amounts of recognizability to EDR and intrusion detection systems. Most of what we do when we're preparing is to live off the land. If you have not looked up or used lolbins, check it out. I don't want to bring stuff onto a Windows system. I want to use the programs that Microsoft has put there in such a way that they do unintended actions, allowing me to compact data, allowing me to export data. So pay attention to lolbins. One of the other interesting ones is bring your own driver. A lot of times drivers are vulnerable to different types of side-loading attacks, injecting DDL into a driver to get it to execute. And then one of the cool things is Microsoft updates it and the new driver doesn't work. But if you bring down the old driver, it still works, and Microsoft sees it as being a normal Microsoft thing. So we do a lot of work to make sure that what we are doing replicates the system. We use alternate protocols, a lot of WMI, and then the big thing right now is using Go and Rust, because they compile in such a way they're not always recognized by your intrusion detection system. So this is our preparation, and now we're going to get on to recon. And as I said, I tend to be a bit over the place. The best story about recon, and this is probably the best thing I ever learned from the Army. If there's one thing that you take away from this talk today, it's the next slide. How many people know what the Battle of Capt was? Okay, history lesson. 1951, Korean War, think of MASH. There are multiple UN countries fighting against communist incursion, including Canada. All right, this is where we were in a war in 1951. So, 20,000 Chinese people, soldiers, are advancing down a valley. At the end of the valley, on 3 different hills, we've got, UK soldiers, we've got Canadian soldiers, and we've got some Australians. Now here's the interesting thing. We had a battalion called 2nd PPCLI. All right, that's their cap badge there. They're an infantry unit. How many people are in a battalion? About 800. So you had 3 times 800 against 20,000 Chinese. Now the Americans provided support. They had trucks, they had artillery, they had ammunition. By the way, on the first night, the Americans bugged out, ran away to such an extent they left 50 trucks full of ammunition. That left 3 battalions on top of hilltops. During the night, the Royal Australian Regiment leaves. Now it's just British and Canadian on 2 separate hills. But here's the thing. The Canadians had the lowest casualty rate and were so effective that they drove the 20,000 Chinese off. How did they do that? Because Colonel Stone, James, had probably the biggest cojones in the entire army. And as the Chinese were advancing forward down the valley, got into his Jeep, drove a kilometer out towards the Chinese, turned around and looked where the Canadians were and said, "I see you. There's a ravine that we've got to block off. Corporal Higgins, get your butt down." He looked at the objective from the eyes of the Chinese and prepared a defense in exactly that way. As a result, Canadians were awarded this thing. That's the Presidential Unit Citation, given for good fighting, something that the Americans did not earn during that very famous battle. So there's your Canadian history lesson. But more important to me, what does this have to do to security testing? I'm hoping you're picking it up. Don't sit there and say the Chinese are jerks. That's not it. But, no, the lesson that you have to do is what we call walk the perimeter. And even now, as a young officer at the Canadian Battle School, we get taught how to sit there and say, you're putting your troops there, walk out and take a look at how they're situated. Lie down on the ground and look at them, stand up and look at them. The whole idea is when you prepare a defense, you make sure that you see it from the eyes of the enemy. The other thing is there's very little difference between defense and offense. There were 10 dead of the Canadian side, and you can look up the official statistics for the Chinese casualties, but they were highly significant because the Canadians did a proper recon. And that's the importance of this as an exercise. Now, in red teaming, I'm just going to, there we go, a bit better. The goals are these things. This is what I want to know before I try taking over your company. I want to know a bit about the company, all right, business info, partnerships in your vendors, previous breaches. I want to know the target. Then I want to know a bit about your network, all right? What do you have making your network? How is it configured and controls? For your employees, I want to know names, your roles, and personality, all right? For people that enter IT, yes, you do have a personality. The trick is I want to know something like, sir, you scuba dive. Now I've got something for my sock puppet to talk to you about, to start building an introduction, enough of a relationship that I can get information. So for important people, for example, the secretary that handles the daybook of the CEO, I will sit there and I know that she loves schnauzers. And then I send in my email to her, part of my little address block is a picture of my schnauzer. Okay, it's social engineering, but we actually build this into part of the preparation for the test. And then employee credentials, guessing, default credentials, previous breaches, we look for all that. Now you're probably saying, Rob, nice shopping list, how do you get it? This is carefully stolen from some website that is much better at doing block diagrams than I am. What I want you to realize is we're moving from recon to intelligence gathering to management. I could download facts about a company all day long. Management is where I give them meaning. It's not enough to sit there and say, here's 50 IT people. I'm looking for two or three IT people that are going to be of value to me. All right? And when we talked about AI earlier, this is where humans win. AI will give you 50 names. A human being can sit there and find the relevance much quicker than an AI. So at this point in time, I'm not really worried about being replaced by an AI. So here's an example of intelligence gathering. It's Tim Hortons. It's about 15 years old. But here's what they posted on a job ad. Skills specific would be working knowledge of Microsoft NT Server, Windows XP, Microsoft ISA, Proxy, HP OpenView, and Cisco PIX, Juniper SSL VPN, Juniper NetStream. And what have we got there? I've just mapped their network. Now, can we make it better? Yeah, you phone up the HR person and say, I want to apply for the job, but I'm not sure if my version of PIX is at the right level. Can you tell me what version of PIX you're using now? It took 15 minutes to get the answer. Now, these days, we're a bit better than that. I'll look at a company and I'll say, oh, this person joined in 2015. Look at the courses he's received and taken since 2015. Here's another person that joined in 2016. Look at the courses. And now I can start mapping out, producing exactly the same list. My initial entry, here's what we do, all right? And it's a bit broader than a regular penetration test, but I always work from the outside to the inside. Why do I do something like that? Why am I so systematic? Well, what you're really hearing is I work from remote to the inside, from less observation, less security controls, to the strongest security controls. I don't want to be caught on CCTV. I don't want to trip an IDS. So I start from physical and remote perimeters as quickly as possible. I move from unmonitored to monitored. I try to have passive contact with people, meaning I look at people, I don't want to talk to people. I start with simple tools, then I go to complex. Why? Because I don't want to burn a complex tool. If I can guess your password, there's no need to give you a tool and try to transmit a tool in that's going to be writing to disk and fileless attacks and all the good stuff. Too much effort. And I lie like hell, by the way. Okay, so this is stuff I typically see. This is Ottawa. This tells me two things. First of all, I was able to walk into the premises, and when I walked in, I was wearing a shiny white safety hat. That designates a person who is senior or a contractor. The fact that it's shiny means I don't grub around doing construction work. I'm a manager. So if you put on a white construction hat, carry a clipboard, and walk quickly, you can get anywhere inside an area like that. The other thing, whoops, this tells me that they don't really care about security. All right, this is a huge red flag. So we pay attention to this type of thing. This is why I walk the perimeter and why IT security people should at the same time. Slightly a bit trickier. We went up to our target office. I went in, I'm talking to the admin and said, I really have to use the young gentleman's room. Where is it? And as she let me walk there alone, unescorted, I walked past the meeting room. So I just go in and write this on the board. The next thing we do is we set up a clone access point, wireless access point, and then we DOS their access point. And now I'm getting all the traffic that would normally go through on their wireless access point was coming through on ours, and it looked very legitimate because the message is on their internal whiteboard. We've done a variation of that attack where we're actually right inside the entrance vestibule. We put a big sign, wireless is down, use temporary access, and then I put our fake wireless access point. 30 IT people walked past that, not one of them questioned why it was down, even though they could see that it was up. These are great. This is a legitimate tourism site, and they put a little QR code. This is parking meters, and someone stuck this on so that people would come by, click on it, and make payments through that system. All right, we did not do that. I take no credit for that. But how freaking clever. Can you tell the difference between a legitimate and a non-legitimate QR code? Exactly. This one made me sad because they had put 179 and someone had crossed it out trying to be secure. So then someone came back and said, no, to hell with you, it's 179. This is a client that was on the 5th floor, actually 5th to 8th floor of a building, and they were worried about people calling for cabs. This is back pre-Uber. So they dropped a VoIP phone down to the lobby, the vestibule lobby of the building, which meant that I could sit there anytime I wanted, unplug that, plug in my laptop, and I'm on their network. Do not let me on your network. Now, we used to steal laptops before COVID. And when you stole a laptop, particularly if it's an executive's laptop, you get a laptop, you get a sticky note with the password, and you get their two-factor authentication. Then everyone started encrypting their laptops. And then COVID hit. Now, I'm not going to ask you for show of hands, but what happened when COVID hit is everyone relaxed security, including encrypting remote laptops. And when I say everyone, I mean government departments. And I know of several government departments that have not renewed the practice of encrypting an endpoint. So stealing laptops is good, but if you really want to get some value, go and look up the discussion that was held yesterday. I forget his name, but it was absolutely fantastic on hacking a laptop and moving beyond all the security controls that are in place. This one was fantastic because 11 o'clock at night, I'm down in Chicago. I'm due to start testing this network the next morning. So 11 o'clock at night, I said, what the hell, let's go for a walk. And I walked over, went upstairs to where the client was, and they were having paint and repair work done. So the entire floor was open so that painters could move back and forth. Why would you label it IT closet? The only people that need to go into the IT closet know what it is. Why would you flag it as something of particular interest? So I thought, wow, this is, clearly a target. And then one of the painters came by and said, oh, do you need to get in there? I've got a card, and let me into their data closet. Now this is a Canadian cybersecurity research lab. I was invited to go on a tour. You guys see what's happening down here? That little plate, the strike plate, the bottom screw has come out. So when you let loose of the door, the strike plate swings out 1/4 of an inch and stops the door from shutting. So I said, because I priced it out the night I saw it, and I went in the next day, I said, I got 1/4. It costs 17 cents for a 2-inch screw. Why don't you go out and buy one? I'll give you 1/4. Are you ready for this? This is really cool. The head of the security lab said, unfortunately, 4 months ago, I told the maintenance people about this and asked them to fix it, and now it's on their official list of jobs to be done. And every quarter, they go through their list, they prioritize, and do them in order of priority. And the fixing the screw is very low priority. But if they fix the screw on their own, well, then they are doing a job that was assigned to the union, so they can't do that. And apparently, this makes sense. So physical insecurity is something we look for. Okay. We have pretty much gone past the days when USB keys are of use. Okay, everyone blocks a USB key. I'm going to tell you about USB keys, though, just to give you an idea of how security works. We were doing an assessment, and on average, 60% of USB keys get plugged in if people find them. And I said, because I'm a science type guy, is the number likely to be greater or less if people know that there is something that is illegal on the USB key? And so I gave it to a co-op student. I gave him a bag of USB keys, and I said, label these kiddie porn. Any co-op students here? I can speak with small words. Put your hand down. Don't admit it, because you're about to hear the story. So co-op student comes back, hands me the bag back, an entire bag full of USB keys that are now labeled chicken porn. I have no idea what chicken porn is. If you know what chicken porn is, I don't want to know. But here's the fact, 100% of USB keys labeled chicken porn get plugged into computers. Oops. So I'm going to go through very quickly. Hack 5 has a whole pile of drops. We basically just label them IT department, stick them in somewhere behind the wires, and even if they're found, no one disconnects them. And we can connect to these drops by wireless. This is why you don't allow me physical access to your facilities. Even better, we use small-scale PCs. All right, we plant those. That costs me $400, but if I get it on your network, I've got incredible versatility in what I'm going to do. And then we're seeing more and more North Korea, China, Russia, other countries are sending people to work, and they steal everything. And that's the hardest thing of all to guard against. So there's other options for initial entry, phishing, spear phishing, password guessing, drive-by downloading, attacking third parties or your vendors. Does password guessing work? This happened in Winnipeg. It's one of my favorite stories. 2 14-year-old kids coming home at lunchtime found the manual for an ATM. And it was for Bank of Montreal, and it gave very specific instructions. And they said, hey, I wonder if this is going to work, because they're 2 14-year-old males. Okay, so they went into a bank branch, they typed in the default password from the manual, and the bank had not changed the default password. And they were able to get full control of an ATM using a default password. So yeah, defaults work consistently. So General methodology, all I focused on is these two parts here. A red team attack tends to be a lot more complex. There's a lot more moving parts, but now you're getting an idea, I'm hoping, that it's not a simple matter of throw on an implant, use a technology, do something from capture the flag, because you've got to use a bit of intelligence, both in managing the customer as well as the process of the test. And that's the one thing that doesn't matter how good you are, that's what we're facing when we're done. So those are the hard lessons I've learned. I've been doing this for about 20 years. You can read them all there. It doesn't change. This is why about 75% of red team attacks fail. And if you want a copy of the slides or anything else, there's contact information. This is like the applause now for a talk. No, I'm not saying I'm asking for it. I'm saying we used to listen for applause, but now I just count the number of cameras that go up at the end. I sit there and said, yeah, it made an impact.